Hello? Is there anybody out there? What's up, guys? Let me know where you're at, where you're watching from right now in the chat, if you can hear me. If everything looks good and everything sounds good, just drop me your location and also a thumbs up. Letting me know everything looks good. Okay, so here we go. We are live now on YouTube. Welcome to the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. If this is the first time you've ever been here, please go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe, and all that stuff. Today we are taking a look at Tropical Storm Nicholas. Okay, Tropical Storm Nicholas, as it is working its way towards Texas. Now, we're going to take a look at a lot of different things today, okay? We're going to look at the satellite. We're going to look at the radar. We've got live cameras out there. Unfortunately, today, I don't have any storm chasers on the ground, but we are absolutely going to be, watching this from multiple different angles. If you've watched one of these streams before, make sure you also go over on my Twitter page, okay? If you happen to be, watching, on your phone or on your, desktop computer or something, you can pull up my Twitter page as well, and then go back and forth between those things, because that's how I'm going to be relaying a lot of the information, a lot of these pictures and images. You'll see them first over there on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. Additionally, we've got 611 people in here already, guys. There's people down there in Corpus Christi and Houston and all these places that are getting ready to be affected by this storm that don't have cable TV, okay? They don't have access to otherwise adequate coverage. So why don't we copy the link to this stream and post it on Facebook and Twitter and wherever else so that we can get this in front of as many people as possible. I've been doing this for almost a year now, and it seems like every time we do a live stream, there's always at least a couple people that end up reaching out to me and saying, hey, man, if it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for your stream, I probably wouldn't have known what was going on. If there's a tornado warning, I wouldn't have known to take shelter. So let's do everything we can to get this vital information out to as many people as possible. I cannot do this without y'all, okay? So I really do appreciate you. Once again, we are talking about Tropical Storm Nicholas today. Now, this isn't an extreme hurricane. This isn't like Hurricane Ida. I don't think today's stream is going to be as sad or as serious as Hurricane Ida's was, but there's still going to be some pretty significant storm surge. There's going to be some pretty significant rainfall as well, okay? So we're going to take the first part of this stream here and treat it as if it's a normal forecast update video, okay? And I'm just going to go through all the forecast models. I'm going to update you on everything from the National Weather Service, and I'm going to go through it all, just like a regular forecast video. And then after that, we'll get into, looking at some of the live cameras and looking at some of the current conditions. In fact, I think we've got maybe Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer's on the ground down there. He's going to be chasing this storm today, and I think he's going to be sending us live updates every once in a while. But we won't have him as a full-time live chaser today like we did Vince in the other one. But anyways, I think this should be a good stream, a good informative stream. So let's make sure we're sharing it everywhere. And also, this is going to be a good way for me to test out the new storm seeking situation room here. You guys see all this stuff? Most of this is new. A lot of the stuff you see here is new. So if there's any weird quirks with the stream today, if something looks a little off, make sure you let me know so I can fix that before the next big event. Okay. One of the things that we have access to today are multiple live cameras at once. Okay. We've got Houston down there, Corpus Christi, and also way down there in the extreme southern portion of Texas, we've got a camera there of the Starbase, the SpaceX space station there, where they are experiencing some of the the effects of this storm right now. So we'll be able to pop in back and forth between those. And that's not all, okay? Let's say I've got to go, this monitor back here behind me, that's where I control all the cameras. Let's say I got to go over there. Well, you're not going to lose me, okay? I can turn back and forth. I've got a microphone on this side. I've got a microphone on that side. So I'll be able to continue to do what I need to over here while you guys are continuing to look at what's going on over there. It took quite a bit to set this up. So hopefully everything goes smoothly. But for right now, let's go ahead and let's take a look at what Tropical Storm Nicholas looks like right now on the radar view, okay? So here we are. This is WSV-3's the infrared satellite. Basically, what you're seeing right now is what could have been a very strong hurricane. Actually, okay, it's not a strong hurricane right now. It's in fact a decently a marginal tropical storm. But what's happening is we've got some wind shear out here that's taken a lot of that deep convection away from the center of circulation, and then kind of lofting it off to the north and east. Okay, so you can see all of these hot towers and stuff over here, the whites and the darker colors there. Those are really strong thunderstorms that are forming near the center of circulation in Tropical Storm Nicholas here. But the upper level flow, the upper level winds over here are going around this direction at around 20-30 knots and knocking that convection back. Okay, the actual center of circulation is way down here, so that convection can't actually wrap around the center there, and that is giving us the problem that we're having with not getting a very well-defined eye wall and stuff. In fact, if we look at the radar here, this is kind of all over the place. We had a decent little core of the storm right here. Wait until you see that we had almost what resembled an eye wall, but even that portion of the storm was knocked back by the wind shear here. So I'm not 100% sure if we're going to see any sort of rapid intensification today, but we are having multiple eye wall replacement cycles. We're having multiple relocations of that center of circulation here. So if it can relocate to an area over the ocean here where there is less shear, and there are little pockets of places like that, then we could possibly see this thing go Category 1 hurricane before it makes landfall. And it really depends on how long it stays over the ocean here before that happens. But once again, it looks like it got knocked back east a little bit here. It was coming this way, and then it was going that way, and then it was going this way. It's been all over the place. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what comes of this. Right now, we're seeing some rain over here in Brownsville. We're seeing some rain in Corpus Christi as well. If anybody's watching in Corpus Christi, you're seeing some of the outer bands here of this storm. But once again, most of the rain, the vast majority of the rain is going to be over here on the eastern side of the storm, okay? Because of that wind shear is, tearing most of the storm apart and lofting it off to the east. That's where most of the rain's going to be. So if this passes to the east of Corpus Christi, it's already passed to the east of Brownsville, San Antonio, Austin, Texas, and all these places. What you're going to see is, even though you might be just as close to that center of circulation as somebody on the eastern side of the storm, you're not going to see nearly as much of the storm as that other person, because those upper level winds are pushing the storm to the east, even though the center of circulation is being grounded, a little bit further west. So thank you, Fishing with Big Mike. I really do appreciate that. That's going to be some of the stuff that we talk about today. And additionally, we have some updates from the National Hurricane Center. So let's go ahead and pull that up as well. Here's the latest update. This is the 7 a.m. Central Time update on, Tropical Storm Nicholas. Let me refresh this just in case they came out with something new. Nope. Right now, we've got 60-mile-an-hour winds. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Remember, if this thing's going to become a hurricane, then it needs to get up there to around 75 miles per hour. And, that's not much, okay? We've got planes out here. We've got reconnaissance data coming in. We've got people out here investigating the storm and seeing if the winds are going up or if they're going down. And if we do get that 15-mile-an-hour wind shift in the upward direction, then this will become Hurricane Nicholas. But the only way that's going to happen is if this follows the eastern side of the core there, of the cone of uncertainty, and makes landfall a little bit further north into Texas. Okay, this has been a really hard storm to forecast. It's been really tough to go back and forth and try to figure out where this thing's going to make landfall because of the track that it's taken. A shift just barely, 20 or 30 miles to the east is going to make hundreds of miles in the difference of where it makes landfall on Texas there. So just remember, the most important thing is that the further east it goes, the further north it will make landfall in Texas, maybe around the Corpus Christi area. And I think that it's pretty much ruled out at this point that we'll see a landfall near Galveston or Houston. But, we'll see. We'll be watching this thing all morning. But this is what we are looking at right now. We're going to see this thing be a tropical storm still all the way in 1 a.m. on Tuesday here just north of Corpus Christi. By 1 p.m. on Tuesday, it's still a tropical storm there just to the north and west of Houston. And then it's going to be a depression as it goes all the way into Louisiana by 1 p.m. Wednesday. And the problem with that, the really uncertain thing that we have to deal with here is the fact that it's moving so slow and the fact that it's so close to the Gulf of Mexico and has so much moisture with it. There's probably going to be some big problems with flash flooding here. And I'm not talking about generalized flash flooding, urban and small stream kind of stuff. I'm talking about, maybe some really, really intense flash flooding. We'll have to see what the models are showing right now. But if they're still showing what they were, putting out yesterday, I think that a lot of people in southeastern Texas, once again, from, Corpus Christi into the Houston and Galveston area, Port Arthur, all the way into the Lake Charles, Louisiana area, you guys have got to get ready for maybe, rain in excess of 6 inches, maybe even 10 inches in some areas, which, as you know, can cause some pretty significant flooding out there. So let's go back to the radar view and let's get another vantage point of this tropical storm Nicholas. This is our 3D model here. And as you can see, we've got really good hot towers forming up in here. Okay, this thing's got a lot of really deep convection, lots of thunderstorms out here. This is generally what you look for whenever a storm is developing. If you're looking for maybe a tropical storm to turn into a hurricane, and we've got those big hot towers forming. But like I've been saying, if we come back over this way, oops, what did I do? I lost the storm. All right, anyways, let's go to WSV3. If we come back to this view, if we're looking at it from the top down, the center of circulation where the actual, hurricane would form is way down here to the west of all this big convection. And before that's going to turn into a hurricane, this has to wrap around there. It has to form a little bit of a couplet. And I don't think it's going to do that because we got a lot of upper level wind shear there that's drafting the top of those clouds off to the east. Now, if this thing doesn't become a hurricane, it don't matter. All right, it don't matter. This thing's still going to be a pretty dangerous storm there, especially along the coast of southeastern Texas. It does not matter if the winds go up by 15 miles an hour or not, because when this thing makes landfall or when this thing goes by your area there in southeastern Texas, you're still going to get a storm surge, possibly around 5 feet or more. And I know for a fact there's some places down there in Texas that could, possibly flood your area, just 5 feet. And then we're also going to be talking about, heavy rainfall, flash flooding, and then, 60-mile-an-hour winds can do damage in their own right. Obviously, it's not as bad as a major hurricane, but still, tree limbs coming down, power outages and stuff like that. This is all stuff that we have to worry about, whether this remains a tropical storm or if it becomes a hurricane. So just keep that in mind as we continue to go forward here. Now, I do want to take a look at some forecast models. Let me go over here and take you guys to the weather models. We're going to look at the NAM 3 kilometer model just to get an idea of what the radar could look like as we go later on into the day. Let me pull up Texas here, South Texas. I think that's a good view. Yeah, there we go. This is the 12Z data that just came in. So what we're seeing here is this is showing the center of circulation. So before we get started looking at the NAM here, I'm going to go ahead and tell you I can almost already tell you that this is probably going to end up being stronger than what reality will end up serving us, okay? Because I can tell just from the initialization here, 8 a.m. 8 a.m. was 2 hours ago on Eastern time. It was showing that we had a really tight area of circulation down here, and we don't. So we have to keep that in mind as we push this forward. It does show intensification, possibly an eye forming here as it gets closer to Corpus Christi, and then all those heavy rain bands are coming in, and that shows possibly a hurricane there. Let me go to a surface wind gusts here, or surface wind speed rather. Yeah. So this is showing upon initialization, literally what time is it? It's about 11 a.m. Eastern. It's saying within the next 30 minutes, this should have 69-mile-an-hour winds, which is not out of the realm of possibility. But look at how tight that circulation is. Look at how well-defined that storm is. And then let's go back over here to the radar view. Actually, let's pull up the actual radar. That's not exactly what we've got in reality. Okay, so the radar doesn't really look like that right now. So that's one of the things that you have to do whenever you're comparing forecast models and reality to see, if this forecast model is going to be correct or not. So I do think the NAM is a little bit bullish here, but what it does show, and the NAM's been right, it surprised us before, is that a hurricane will form and make landfall right there around Galveston, with maybe 87-mile-an-hour winds, and then it'll continue to move north at a decent clip. It's a little bit faster than some of the other models, and bring a tropical storm force gusts all the way into the Houston area, points north and east. So once again, this is kind of like a worst case scenario. I'm certainly not saying that this is definitely what's going to happen, but if this were to happen, I think this is the worst thing that could happen. So absolutely top of the line, worst case scenario is going to be a Category 1 hurricane making landfall there around Galveston, or around the Aransas area there near Corpus Christi. So that would be the absolute worst case scenario there. I think a more realistic thing is that this does actually find an area of decreased wind shear here, probably around 3 or 4 p.m. today, and then start to rapidly intensify right before it gets there to the bay there near Corpus Christi, and then it might make landfall as a very low-end Category 1 hurricane or a high-end tropical storm. So who knows? That's what we're here to do. We're here to talk about it and learn about it and just figure out things as we go. Really, whenever you're this close to the storm making landfall, Port Aransas. Am I saying that right? Port Aransas? I hope I'm saying that right. But whenever you're this close to make landfall, looking at forecast models just doesn't make a lot of sense, okay? It makes the most sense to look at the satellite, look at the radar, and figure out for yourself exactly what you think is going to happen. So that's what the NAM 3-kilometer model is showing there. Let's go back to the surface precipitation, composite reflectivity type. This is another good representation of, even though the storm might not be as strong as what the NAM is showing here, the radar could definitely look like this. As we go forward. And as you can see, that northern band there, that northern part of the storm, if this thing can organize enough to get that convection actually on the northern side of the core, that's where some of the heaviest rain's going to fall, and it's going to be heavy, okay? It is absolutely going to be heavy there as we go forward. So let me give you an idea here of where I think some of the heaviest rain's going to fall. So once again, around Corpus Christi, up to Rockport, Ostwell, and then Victoria, Edna, Markham. Let's see here, El Campo, Lake Jackson, all of these places on the coast here, especially near Port O'Connor, okay? Port O'Connor and let's see here, Point Comfort. All these places, that's where some of the heaviest rain's going to be coming in later. And you might be thinking, Ryan, why are you freaking out so much about heavy rain? Well, let me show you something here. Let me go to the surface moisture and the precipitable water values. This is something that we talked about in yesterday's video, and I think that this is a similar situation to what we had with the remnants of Hurricane Ida over there in New York. Whenever we had that major flash flooding event in New York, basically it was just a normal line of thunderstorms that kind of trained over the New York and New Jersey area for a little while. But for some reason, those specific thunderstorms produced a lot more rain than usual. Okay, it didn't look very spectacular on the reflectivity, but for some reason more rain was coming out of those clouds. And the reason is because there was an increased area of precipitable water values in the atmosphere there. Precipitable water is it's basically the amount of water or moisture in the atmosphere that can be theoretically reduced or converted into rainfall. All right, so anytime you get a value that's over 2, you're getting a gully washer. All right, now if we look at this model, we're showing 3. We're looking at 3. All right, that's higher than some of the models we're showing for the New York storm not too long ago. So that is absolutely insane. That's going to be some of the heaviest rain you've ever seen move in there if this model is correct. And that's why I'm kind of concerned about the rain there. Not only is this going to be heavy rain, gusty winds, power outages and stuff, but the storm surge in combination with the extremely heavy rain is going to lead to a flash flooding situation that could turn into an emergency through a lot of these areas as we go into the future. And we're listening to emergency services in the background here. We've got the National Weather Service, Storm Spotter, storm reports. I've got all the information pulled up here, so we do not have to worry about missing any of that. Okay, so if we do get a flash flood warning, flash flood emergency, or anything like that, I'll be the first one to let you know here. So that's what that looks like. Let's go ahead and zoom out to the south central portion of the United States, and let's switch over to the Euro as well. Okay, the Euro has been one that's been really bullish on the fact of this storm kind of hanging out for a little while, and then, you know, dropping just an absolute ton of rain. Look at that. Wow. And then let's see how much rain that actually put down. This is the 6Z run of the Euro, which isn't my favorite initialization. But yeah, once again, still talking about well over 10 inches of rain here from Corpus Christi to Houston, all the way up into the central areas of Louisiana. Okay, so Lake Charles, unfortunately, once again, you could be dealing with over 10 inches of rain, 14 inches of rain maybe. And then same thing over here near Houston and Corpus Christi. That is going to lead to very significant flooding. Now, the 0Z, not too long ago, showing, you know, same thing, 15, 16 inches of rain there. Let's see here, 18Z last night was showing 40 inches of rain, okay? So, you know, these little outlier model runs like this, we don't necessarily need to take them to heart and take them too seriously, but it's not out of the realm of possibility here. It's not out of the question that some localized area in southeastern Texas or southern Louisiana today into Wednesday will end up with around, 20 inches of rain or more. And we all know what kind of, catastrophic flooding that can bring around. So I just want to make sure you're prepared for that. Make sure you're ready. Amy Davis. Sorry, hon, but this will probably be my only donation here today. I've been sending money and items to Houma, Louisiana. I love what you do. Hey, Amy, that's totally fine, Amy. You are not required to send in donations, but we always appreciate you here. Thank you so much for sending that in. Everybody say thank you to Amy. She is a huge supporter here. In fact, if we go to the all view once again, if you look down below, we've got the stream information panel. Amy, you are the all-time top supporter. Okay, not only are you today's top supporter already, but you are the all-time top supporter. So thank you so much, Amy. We really do appreciate you there. And let's go ahead and come back to the forecast here. So as you can see below me there, we've got 3 cameras pulled up. We're watching Houston, we're watching Galveston, and we are watching what is that place called? Boca Rica, right? I'm probably butchering that. Where's the SpaceX place? It's south of Brownsville, Texas. It's in extreme southern portions down here in south of Texas, and that's that other camera we're watching. The SpaceX facility there is feeling the impacts of Tropical Storm Nicholas right now. We're going to be going back and forth from them. We also have Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer's out there somewhere. He's going to be intercepting this storm pretty soon, sending us some live updates, some videos of what's going on down there. So we're going to be able to cover this thing visually with live cameras and video, and additionally with our satellite and radar as well. So yeah, thank you, Amy, for that. Let's go ahead and come back to the weather models, because before we get down into the nitty-gritty of watching this thing come onto land here and figure out who's going to get the most impacts and stuff, I do want to go over the general forecast for the rest of this storm, because I know there's a lot of people who are interested in that. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let's go back to what's going to be the best way to show you this. Probably this right here. Let's go to the latest run once again. So the Euro does show this storm making landfall somewhere around Corpus Christi there as a tropical storm, which does seem realistic. And then by, let's see here, 11 a.m. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking about this thing being barely inland. Okay, we're talking about a couple 100 miles maybe inland at this point with this low pressure system that is now tracking onto land. This is still expected to be a tropical storm at this point. So we can still see 30, 40, 50 mile an hour wind gusts all the way around this portion of Texas. We're talking about at this point, 11 a.m. tomorrow, you could be seeing those high wind gusts even around Austin. but definitely in Houston through Bryan, Huntsville, Sheridan, Sealy, all these places. Make sure you know 30, 40, 50 mile an hour wind gusts. That's not going to be crazy, but if you got anything outside that you need to tie down or take inside, make sure you go ahead and take care of that now, because those winds will be moving through. But the scary part, or the part that could be the most dangerous here, is how slow this thing moves. We're all the way here on Wednesday, September 15th at 2 p.m., and it's barely moved 100, 200 miles to the east there, constantly bringing rain, especially on the eastern side of the low pressure system, into Louisiana and portions of Texas there. So definitely flash flooding is going to be a problem. And if we go all the way out here, really, it doesn't show much happening with it after that. It kind of fizzles out, okay? So I do want to I want to check out what the storm tracks look like for this. Let's go to the tropical cyclone tracks. Let's take a look at Nicholas. So if we look at the overall tropical cyclone tracks and we look at the spaghetti plots here, this is all of the GFS models put together. Okay, there's a lot of different members there other than the deterministic model. And we kind of see that a lot of them do show the storm fizzling out here near Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi. But a few of them end up taking this storm all the way up here into the Tennessee and Ohio valleys, maybe into the Midwest there. And the only thing that can come out of this, okay, the only way that this can be a storm that ends up affecting more people than just the deep south and the Gulf down here, is if this storm does maintain a little bit of strength and actually takes this path right here, because this thing is going to have the ability to kick up those lower level jet stream winds to a decent enough strength on the southeastern side there to maybe cause a marginal severe weather threat with some tornadoes through Mississippi, Tennessee, and then maybe even into Kentucky there as we go forward. But the storm would have to go all the way up here and maintain at least a little bit of oomph before that shortwave was able to cause some decent storms. So we'll take a look at a couple more models here. Let's check out the NAM 12 kilometer, and let's see what it does with it. And we'll go back to the zoomed in view here. This is what the NAM 12 kilometer does with the storm. Yeah, it just kind of loses it, which, it's really a lose-lose situation, because if this thing does end up booking it off to the north and east, yes, that's good for Louisiana and eastern Texas, because that's going to be less rain for you, but that's kind of bad news for people up here in this region, because I do think that there's going to be enough kinematics in action there working together to create at least a marginal or regional tornado outbreak if that was to happen. So, but if it does stay down here like the NAM is suggesting that it will, we are going to have a really prolific rain problem there in a place we really don't need it. Okay, that's getting terribly close to some of the parishes that were affected by Hurricane Ida. We don't want to see that move any further east than that. Let's look at the surface precipitation there from this model. Wow, yeah, still 20 inches of rain possible there in southeastern Texas and southwestern and central portions of Louisiana. Once again, Lake Charles all the way down to Lafayette. You guys got to be, you're not out of the woods on this one, okay? Even though that center of circulation is going to be passing way off to your west, because of that wind shear, all that rain is going to be lofted onto you there in Louisiana. So that's an unfortunate situation. Speaking of wind shear, let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me pull this back a little bit here. Let me look at the 850. Yeah. Okay. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. This area of wind shear, let me change the color on my pen so you can see it better. So our storm's down here, right? And it's kind of in this this bubble. And outside of our storm, obviously our storm rotates counterclockwise. Outside of our storm, we have this clockwise turning motion of wind shear around here, okay? We've got this upper level flow that's kind of going this way. And that's why, even though the center of circulation there it may be right there next to the coast, most of the rain and thunderstorms are going to be just to the east. So if we push this forward a little bit, you can see that that area of wind shear really doesn't go anywhere. And that's what's literally, it's like a block. It's a wall. It's a wall. It's not allowing for that low pressure system to advect off to the north and east like it would really want to. It looks like that wind shear does give up a little bit maybe as we get into Friday, but at that point, I don't know if we'll have any steam left. So that's a pretty concerning image if you're there in southeastern Texas. That means that we're going to be stuck with this system for a very long time, just like we originally forecasted there. So that's the science behind why this thing isn't moving. We've got a really big area of wind shear, the upper level wind pattern that's going, in the opposite direction of the circulation of the storm, and then kind of locking down the tropical storm down there. I've talked about this before. Tropical storms and hurricanes and all that stuff, they're strong, okay? They're really strong. They're the strongest storms on Earth, quite literally. But okay, their structure, the thing that holds them together, is extremely fragile, and it's almost these storms are almost completely dependent on the weather patterns around them as to whether or not they intensify or whether or not they go one direction or another. They cannot plow through a ridge. They cannot plow through a trough. They get ripped apart whenever they try to take on another kind of weather system. So that is that's basically how it works there. So let me throw you back over here. Let's take a look at a live camera here. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, this is the Starbase live there. They're not currently experiencing any heavy rain, but they were just a minute ago. And I'm going to try to fix my 3D radar here. Give me just a second. Having some technical difficulties. I'll pull this right back up. And while I'm doing this, we've got almost 2,000 people watching right now. Hello, guys. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying it. This is what I do here on YouTube. I talk about the weather almost every single day, and then during severe weather events, I live stream it. Okay, we just did Hurricane Ida not too long ago. So, yeah, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel if this is something that you think would be interesting in the future. I'm going to be here for the long haul, guys. I ain't going nowhere. All right, I think I've got this fixed back up now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go back to the radar view. Here's our 3D view. Here's our 3D view of Tropical Storm Nicholas. Still very tall clouds in there. But we're just not seeing that center of circulation kind of wrap around like we need it to. Okay? How's it going, Blueberry? How's it going, Brandy K? We've got Randy F in here, My View News. How's it going, guys? Just now got a chance to look at the chat. Really appreciate you guys for being here. And I hope that we're being really informative here. I hope that I'm doing everything I can to make this worth your time. I know there's other people out there covering the storm. There's other adequate coverage. But I'm glad you're choosing to be here with me. Leave any questions you have in the comments here. I'll try to answer a few before we get into the rest of the forecast here. Okay, I don't want to completely ignore the chat. I am trying today to not go members only for a little while, but we are going to do subscribers only. So you do have to subscribe to the channel before you can be a part of the chat room. I'm just trying to cut down on spam, and the chat is a major distraction to what we're trying to do here whenever it's just full of crap. You know what I mean? Hello, Betty. How's it going, Betty? How's it going, Betty? How's it going, Neen Simmons? Tonight looks like it'll be heavy rain in the Woodlands and Spring area. Yes, yes. I'm listening while I'm at work. What's up, Brett Rose? Big time supporter. Uncle Dad's Garage. You rock. No, you rock. Thank you so much for being here, guys. If you see down below, we've got a new thing here, stream information panel. We've got a live sub counter, 86,892. Let's see if we can hit 86,900 here. Let's go ahead and hit that subscribe button while I go over here and work on some stuff on this other computer that I've got to get ready. Once again, like I was saying earlier, we might have some updates from Reed Timmer here pretty soon. He's out there chasing these storms. If you guys don't know Reed Timmer, I'm sure most of you do. But if you don't, he's a professional storm chaser. He's going to be out here chasing Tropical Storm Nicholas, and then I think we're going to get a couple updates from him, some live updates. So I'm going to go over here and check on him and see where he's at and see if he sent me anything yet. In the meantime, go ahead and share this on Facebook and Twitter and everywhere else, okay? Okay, we don't have anything from him yet. Coming back. Get me a swig of water. Woo! That was a lot of talking there. Mouth gets dry when you talk that much. Mercury, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. And we did it, guys. We're past 86,900. Thank you so much. Really appreciate everybody for subscribing and supporting us here for what we do. I love it. I love it. This is going to be, I think this channel is going to grow immensely, and I'm happy to be here for you guys. Really am. All right, let's go back to the radar here. Once again, we're looking at the 3D view of Tropical Storm Nicholas here. If we go, we can go all the way around it here, and you can really see where that deep convection is popping up. And it's almost perfectly in line with the coastline there. And that's to be expected, okay? That is to be expected. Most of that deep convection is going to happen over the ocean, but the center of circulation is still a little bit off to the west there. Let's see if we can't see that on the visible satellite. Do we have any visibility yet? Let me zoom in here. Let's investigate this storm. Yeah, so you can kind of see the general area of circulation. It looks like there is some deep convection that's popping up right there next to it. But as you can see, the vast majority of it is popping up over here, okay? I think the center of circulation is somewhere like right in this area. So in order for, you know, a lot of people tried to compare this thing to like Hurricane Harvey or like other hurricanes that took a similar path here and then rapidly intensified and became major hurricanes right before landfall. The reason I don't think that's going to happen today with Nicholas is because in order for that to happen, these storms would have to be literally going all the way around the center of circulation. Okay, and I just don't see that happening with the wind shear that we have out there today. So that is good news. That is good news. And we're gonna, but just in case, we're gonna continue to watch it as we continue to get more information here. I think in about an hour we'll have a really good idea as to exactly how strong this storm's going to be before it makes landfall there. Let me go back to the long wave infrared and put it back on 3D there. We'll put it into motion and just leave you guys with that as I look for more updates from the National Weather Service here. Okay. Joseph, thank you so much for becoming a member, man. Really do appreciate that. Appreciate it a lot. What's up, Nicole from Galveston County? How's it going? Once again, if you haven't already, please consider following me on Twitter. Okay, so what I'm doing, especially once we get closer to landfall here, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going back and forth between Twitter and looking at the satellite and radar here. That's the best way that I've found to keep up with all the latest information. So if you want to follow me on Twitter and follow along, you'll see a lot of the images and important information that I am putting out there before I put it on the stream. And it also gives you a chance to share it yourself. You can retweet it yourself and all that stuff. So I've got the live stream pinned to the top of the page here, so you don't have to lose me. Right here, at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. There's the live stream if you want to go over there, and you can click right back on this to come back. Here is a lot of people are talking about the new setup. Here is a wide-angle view of that. This is what's going on all around me. I've got plenty of ways to get the latest information here and then relay it to you in a consumable fashion. That's my job. I'm eating up all of the information, processing it, and then verbally relaying it to you in a way that I think makes the most sense. That's my job here. So, at Ryan Hall, y'all on Twitter, go on over there, and yeah. We'll do this for right now. Tom Brooks. Tom Brooks, what's up, man? Thanks for the super chat. Just trying to see if we've got any more updates from little information centers out there that I'm following, or other storm chasers that are out there. Once again, I don't think we've got anything from Reed Timmer yet, but there might be something going on out there. This thing's still a little bit off the coast, so I'm not expecting anything crazy. Well, here's an interesting little thing I forgot to talk about in the forecast portion of the video. Let's go over here to this web browser here, and let me show you what I'm talking about. Here in a second, we're going to go back through the forecast on Nicholas. We're going to take a look at a couple more models. We're going to get all the impacts. And then I really want to take another look at the forecast here and talk about these other areas of interest as well. Ross Whitley just posted this and reminded me of it. Obviously, we're going to be mainly focusing on Nicholas today. I know we've got a lot of people watching down here in southeastern Texas. I'm not going to leave you guys, you know, I'm going to be right here with you all day. But until things start to intensify and until things start to get a little bit more, imminent there in southeastern Texas, we are going to take some time and talk about some future storms. Okay, we do have a storm possibly forming here north of the Caribbean that could wander up here into the east coast of the United States. Right now, this doesn't look very concerning at all, but you know, it's something that we have to watch because sometimes things don't look concerning and then all of a sudden they are. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We'll look at some model forecasts for that here in a second. And then we have a really interesting wave of energy coming off of Africa below the 15 north line. And it's likely going to be developing all the way out here into possibly a big storm. Okay, some of the models are showing this thing completely dissipating and nothing happening with it. But a lot of the models are also showing a major hurricane forming. And if you guys have followed hurricanes before, if you're familiar with hurricane forecasting in the Atlantic Basin, you know that a lot of our most memorable hurricanes came off of Africa right here and then eventually came across the Lesser Antilles and maybe into the Gulf of Mexico, or even more likely than that, straight into Puerto Rico, into Florida, and then sometimes they even go up into the East Coast of the United States. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen right now. I'm not trying to say that at all, but it is a possibility, and it's the most real possibility we've had with a storm from the main development region so far this year. So I think we should take that one seriously and look at some of the forecast models on that as well. We are, just past peak season here, so we still have several weeks of really intense activity here with the tropics, and I'm going to be keeping you updated on it every day here on the channel. So make sure you're following and you subscribe and all that stuff. So I'm worried about number 2 coming to Galveston Island. It's really too far. I can't tell you. Anybody in the world who tries to tell you right now that they know where this hurricane's going, they are full of it, okay? Welcome to the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. I'm going to be the most honest weatherman you've ever heard. I have no clue what in the world's going to happen with this storm. But, just from the years of experience that I do have and the education that I do have with the subject, I have a feeling that maybe we have some sort of impacts coming somewhere over here inside of that big circle. So I'm not going to narrow it down at Galveston. Very small chance that this is going to come towards you, but we're going to watch it every day as we go forward. And then once we get, a little bit closer, then we'll have an idea of exactly what's going to happen with it. But that's the weather story right now, man. We've got a lot of stuff going on. The tropics are heating up. I think there's even another wave right after this one that's going to come off Africa. So unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have another above average year, just like last year. I don't think it'll be as bad as last year, but definitely a lot of storms out there. Okay, so was there another thing? Oh yeah, here's the latest track once again from the National Hurricane Center. I can actually show you this better over here. Let me show you this way. Let's see if there's any new updates. Yeah, there we go. Here's the 10 a.m. CDT advisory. Still tropical storm. So this is just this is brand new. This is a brand new update here from the National Hurricane Center. It's still a tropical storm. Tropical Storm Nicholas. Current information is its maximum sustained wind is going to be 60 miles an hour. That hasn't increased at all, and it's moving north at 12 miles an hour, okay? So that center of circulation is actually booking it right now, which tells me that maybe, just maybe, it's gotten away from some of that wind shear, and it might find a pocket of decreased wind shear there in the upper level, areas of the atmosphere, and some of that deep convection might actually be able to wrap around the center of circulation and cause some sort of rapid intensification here. Now, even if rapid intensification occurs at this point, we're still not talking about anything higher than a Category 1 hurricane making landfall. So we'll see. We'll see if that continues to move north at 12 miles an hour. I think it'll slow down some as it gets closer to that big brick wall of upper level wind to the north there. But yeah, that's still what we're talking about. Tropical Storm Nicholas, 60 miles an hour. It is now expected to be just inland north of Corpus Christi there around 7 a.m. on Tuesday. Okay, so right now it's 11 a.m. on Monday. This thing's barely going to be, making landfall. Maybe in the early morning hours tomorrow. I don't know if I buy that. But if that's the case, that also allows for this thing to kind of intensify more over the ocean as we go later on into the day today. Seems like it'll be mostly a big rain event for Houston. Yes, it'll be mostly a big rain event for Houston. I don't think that anybody, even if this thing does go Category 1 hurricane, I don't think that anybody has anything terrible to worry about as far as wind goes. Okay, you guys are used to the 75-mile-an-hour winds. Okay. Additionally, it's a very small and compact core. If we do get a well-defined core on this storm, let me show you what I'm talking about. Oops. Give me just a second. Let me show you what I'm talking about here on radar scope. All right, so even if we do get this area of the storm to become a well-defined core, that's where all the really strong winds are going to be. It's going to be small, okay? So it's going to be a very small area of hurricane force winds moving across, more than likely an unpopulated area of the beach. And the tropical storm force winds is what a lot of people are more likely going to see. And that's around, 30, 40, maybe 50 miles an hour for most people there. So this isn't going to be a wind problem at all. The storm surge might be a little significant depending on where you live. Obviously, you know your area better than I do. We're expecting maybe 3 to 5 feet of storm surge through much of the eastern coast of Texas here. So I know for a fact that there are some areas where that can cause storm surge inundation that causes problems. But for the most part, that's not going to be anything devastating, that's for sure. But yeah, that the main threat here today is going to be rain. But I don't want you to think that means that this is something to laugh at. Okay, the rain with this storm is going to be really intense, and it's probably going to cause a lot more problems than any hurricane, Category 1 hurricane could without the rain. Okay, so I think that the impacts from this storm will be as significant as maybe a Category 2 storm making landfall, but not in terms of the wind. Okay, we're talking about localized extreme flash flooding, where some people end up seeing 20 inches of rain or more. I see we got Marty Steins in here. Where's San Antonio? San Antonio's right here. Still a decent ways away from the center of circulation there. And I like I've been talking about all morning so far, the vast majority of the precipitation with this storm is going to be on the eastern flank, okay? Anytime you see all this rain forecasted, it's all happening on the eastern and southeastern side of the storm because the wind shear is just taking those storms and lofting them off to the east, and they can't wrap around the center of circulation. That's also why we don't have a big hurricane out here right now. I'm going to go back to Tropical Storm Nicholas here, and I'm going to give you an update on some other things. We also have big-time rain potential coming from the National Hurricane Center. A graphic from them. Give me just a second. We'll go over here to the web browser. So basically what they're saying is from Corpus Christi, or just points north and east of Corpus Christi, all the way to Houston and Lake Charles, 6 to 10 inches of rain is possible. All right. I think that's a little bit underwhelming. I think that there's going to be an area, especially right close to the coast, especially south of Houston into the Lake Charles area. I think there's going to be an area where 10 to 15 inches is very likely, but they're kind of being conservative here with the 6 to 10 inches of rain. And don't get me wrong, that's still going to cause major problems. But the 10 to 15 inches of rain, there will be pockets of places there that experience that much rain. I'm almost certain of it. This is going to lead to major flash flooding potential. Once again, from just north and east of Corpus Christi, all the way through Houston and Lake Charles and maybe even New Orleans, we have that moderate risk of flash flooding, which is rare. Okay, this is not a very common occurrence here that red area isn't issued unless very significant flash flooding is expected. And then if you can see, there's a tiny little area of pink as well, as we do expect a high risk of flash flooding there between Corpus Christi and Houston on the coast. Specifically, that high risk area is going to be between Ostwell, Wadsworth, let's see here, Port O'Connor, and Freeport specifically. Okay, so if you live in any of those areas, make sure you're ready for a prolific flooding event. I'm telling you guys, this is not a normal kind of tropical storm that causes some flooding. This is going to be worse than a lot of them. It's not going to be historic. It's not going to be Hurricane Harvey, but it's not going to be fun. 3 to 5 foot of storm surge expected between Port O'Connor and Galveston there. So make sure you're ready for that. There are some areas where that can cause some problems. But yeah, that's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Let's take a look at the radar once again. Looks to me like we might have a little bit of that core trying to form back up. Look how hard it's fighting. It is fighting very hard to try to form there. You can literally see on radar, if you look hard enough, you watch this area of showers. When it first starts, watch how that's moving almost directly east. And then the center of circulation, some of that stuff's trying to wrap around from east to west. So you can see that splitting motion happening right here, where some of the rain and convection's going east, some of it's going west. That just goes to show you how much wind shear we have out here, and it's just tearing this storm apart. I really do think, especially as far east as this has went right now, I really do think if it wasn't for the wind shear today, we would be talking about a major hurricane making landfall somewhere in Texas today. So thankfully, we have that upper level wind causing our weakening of the storm there. Connection's still good. We still got connection, guys, right? Okay. All right. I got a little alert that said we might have dropped some frames there, so I'm just making sure. Marty says, Ryan, that storm I had like 5 days back flooded my basement worse than all the rain from Ida. It wasn't real bad, but it still smells musty. We got so much rain in the first 20 minutes. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, that was bad. That was a big time storm. I don't think that we're going to see anything like that from this, thankfully. Another guy said 2 feet of rain possibly in Houston. That's possible. It's really hard to forecast the rain in Houston specifically, because there's so many different paths that this storm could take. There's so many different effects that wind shear could have on the main axis of precipitation that it's really hard to say with any sort of confidence exactly how much rain anybody's going to get. So we kind of blanket the statement here. You know, everybody in southeastern Texas and southern Louisiana needs to prepare for the worst, because somebody in that area is going to get it. Let me come back to the models here. I'll show you some more. Man, there's really not a good view. There's really not a good view of Texas and Louisiana here. Let's go to the regions, and let's take a look at South Central, maybe? I think that's as good as we're going to get, guys. So here's the NAM, 12 kilometer, suggesting that most of the heavy rain is going to happen east of Houston. So this is showing maybe 10 inches to 20 inches of rain all the way up through eastern portions of Texas and then western portions of Louisiana. Let me give you some locations there. So that's Beaumont, Port Arthur, all the way up to Hemp Hill in Texas. Maybe even as far north as Shreveport, getting in on some of the heavy rain, but definitely near Mansfield, Louisiana, Louisiana, Fort Polk, South Louisiana. So, that's where some of the heaviest rain is falling there according to this model. Now, here's why I can't tell you exactly how much rain Houston's going to get. Let's take a look at some other models, all right? Let's look at the GFS. All right, the GFS is saying, okay, actually, a lot of those places I just named off in Louisiana are only going to get 3 or 4 inches of rain, and the vast majority of the rain is going to be falling right there next to Houston, where we could see 10 inches. All right. Now let's check out the euro. Okay, the euro is one of the more bullish with the rain. Houston looks like 10, 11, 12 inches of rain possibly. And then north of Houston, all the way up towards, let's see here, Huntsville and Crockett. Okay, we're talking about maybe 15 inches of rain. This would be a situation that led to widespread flooding. Okay, if we actually do see that thick of an area that sees, we're talking about, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 inches of rain, that is definitely going to cause a lot of problems there. And remember, this is all the way through Wednesday. Okay, this is the rain's going to still be falling in Louisiana through Friday, but in Texas, I think most of it's going to be over with by Wednesday. So it's going to start today, go all the way through Wednesday. As we continue to watch some of this heavy rain move through, okay? Let's see here. How long have we been going? How long does it say the stream's been going? For some reason, I don't have that information up. But, yeah, so that's the euro. Let's see here. What else do we have? The Canadian shows a different story. So the story here, what I'm trying to say is that anybody in this area has the potential of seeing a devastating amount of rain, but pinpointing exactly where it is just hard at this point because the storm this is a unique storm. The path here isn't very solid. With Hurricane Ida, we knew almost exactly where that thing was going. It did surprise us a little bit with the the speed, but we knew exactly where that thing was going. So, we hit 500 members as well. Thank you for everybody who's becoming a member. I think Prismus, I think you were our 500th member. Thank you so much for that. Guys, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm getting a little shiny here, okay? In this room with all the cameras and the lights and the the monitors, it gets a little bit warm. So I do need to take a real quick break, and I'm going to adjust the thermostat and make it a little bit cooler in here. But while I'm gone, please continue. Please don't leave, okay? Please don't leave. Continue to share this everywhere. I won't be gone very long at all. I just got to make some adjustments to the heating and cooling and stuff, and I'll be right back so I don't burn up here while I'm trying to do the weather. When I come back, we might have something from Reed Timmer as well, so stay tuned, and I will see you in just a second.
I got the owner of that horse. He's around the time one. I'll be after cool.
All right, I'm back. I think I got it figured out. Some of you have said maybe I should get a fan. And let me remove the chat here for a second. I do have a fan. You can see that over there. That's the a Dyson cooling fan. The only problem is I can't turn it up full blast because it actually gets loud enough to cause a lot of interference here with the sound. Additionally, I've tried the little USB fans that are in front of me. That doesn't work very well because it just kind of moves the hot air around. But I do think that what I'm eventually going to do, probably here really soon, probably before the next stream, is I'm going to do a completely separate cooling system in this room. I think that's what's going to be necessary here as we go forward and continue to do these streams and stuff. So thanks for sticking around. We still have about 1,500 people in here watching right now. We just hit 87,000 subscribers right here. Do you see the live sub count go up? Thank you guys so much for subscribing to the channel. Thanks for all the support. You guys know I really do appreciate it. The more subscribers we have, the more likes we have on these videos and stuff, the more people we can reach in the future. And today's stream is we're talking about a tropical storm, but in the future we could end up talking about more major hurricanes and tornado outbreaks and stuff. And it's important that we can get in front of as many people as possible to relay, vital information to them. So thank you guys for being here. Continue to share the stream and continue to get it out there and all that stuff. And we will get right back into watching the weather here. What if you got a smart AC system so you can adjust it on your phone? That's what I'm going to do. I'll have a Nest thermostat on the AC for this room, and then I'll be able to adjust it on my phone. This room is not very big, so I won't need a giant system or anything. So, yeah. Once again, thank you, Prismus, for being our newest member. We hit 500 members. We got 87,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. Let's go back to the radar and let's see what we got going on. Let's see if we got any new developments now here as we are watching Tropical Storm Nicholas live on YouTube. We've been going now for a little over an hour, I think. Is there a way I can look at that? A little over an hour, and I'll be here for a couple more hours as we continue to watch this thing. This probably won't be a 24-hour live stream or anything like that because we do have, once I talk about, all the effects that we're going to be experiencing out here, we'll pretty much have covered all of the story. Once again, this is not going to be a major hurricane. This isn't going to be anything, absolutely insane. So I think that we will be here for a couple more hours, and then we'll call it a day, unless something else pops up. Okay, and my job is to be here for you and relay information as long as it's necessary. And right now, what's necessary is we continue to look at this center of circulation, figure out what it's trying to do, and then figure out where it's going to go next. And some of the latest radar scans here, let me pause this. Some of the latest imagery that we're receiving here looks pretty interesting to me because if you've noticed that we had that center of circulation down here, okay, and it had a decent looking core to it, and now it's kind of relocating. It's almost going due northeast, it seems like, and it might be meeting up with some of this convection and being able to allow some of that to kind of circulate around it, okay? So I've been talking all day about how that wind shear is going to keep the vast majority of the convection away from the center of circulation, and there's still a possibility that the center of circulation could get close enough to it to where it could kind of defeat the wind shear in trying to get some of those showers and thunderstorms to wrap around the core there. I don't know 100% whether or not that's what's happening, but I do see a little bit of a possibility there for some intensification before this makes landfall, especially because of how far east it is, okay? If I'm not mistaken, And what I'm looking at here is actually the center of circulation. That's quite a bit further east than what we expected it to be at this point. So the further east this goes over the ocean, the more time it's going to have to intensify as it's out there. Okay, that is it's just Hurricane 101. Okay, the more ocean that's underneath the hurricane, the better. Let's see here, Wesley, that's fine, man. I think it's going to hit just south of Galveston. That's a decent prediction. When you get 100,000 subscribers, will you get a YouTube award sent to you? Yes, I'll get a silver play button. Looking forward to that, actually. This is Tropical Storm Nicholas that we're looking at right now, and we've got a couple different ways to look at it. Okay, so we do have the infrared satellite that we can look at from the top down on WSV3. You can still see some of those hot towers forming up, some of that deep convection popping up, but not necessarily getting where it needs to be and not wrapping around the center of circulation. You can also see that happening pretty well here on the radar Omega. Okay, this is a 3D view of the storm. Let me zoom out here a little bit. This is the latest update was at 11:20 a.m. So we're up to date here. This is what the storm looks like in 3D. If we go off to this side, you can see how tall those clouds are. Okay, and the higher up the clouds are, the more intense the convection, the stronger the thunderstorms. And if you guys were watching during the Hurricane Ida coverage, you remember seeing something pretty similar to this, but it was a conical or an annular shape around the eye. Okay, right now what we're seeing is just a mess. Okay, these thunderstorms are not anywhere near the center of circulation. And it's going to take that relocation of the central low pressure there to kind of get it to work with it there. But we could also see if that continues to go east, that most of the convection could also continue to loft off to the east as that wind shear takes it with it. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. It's not as much about forecasting as it is about nowcasting at this point. But we are still watching these big thunderstorms form and move on to land here as we get closer to an official landfall. Now, when is landfall? When is this thing going to make landfall? That is a very good question. Let me try to figure that out for you, okay? Here is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Once again, this is a tropical storm with 60-mile-an-hour winds moving north at 12 miles an hour. Tropical storm is still going to be a tropical storm at 7 a.m. on Tuesday, tomorrow morning, but it's barely going to be inland, okay? So this thing could make landfall a little bit further south than that, and also a little bit earlier than that. But as of right now, it looks like it's barely going to be inland here around 7 a.m. on Tuesday. Let's see what the forecast models are saying about this. Let's go over to the weather models. Let's go back to the NAM 3-kilometer model. And we got the 12Z update here. Let me look at the precipitation. This is the composite reflectivity type. And this model it's not the best for determining the strength and the ferocity of these kind of storms, because generally it's pretty bullish, but it does okay with the path and timing. And this is suggesting that we may see a landfall here around 8 p.m. tonight. 8 p.m. tonight. And once again, if that's what happens, this is going to have a lot of time to intensify even more than what it already has. So if that's what happens, we could be talking about maybe a Category 1 hurricane making landfall there. Let me tell you exactly where this thing does look like it's going to be making landfall. Let me recenter our satellite image for you there so you can keep looking at that. And then,
149-66.
Jeez, man, I got everything all messed up here. And then I'll tell you around where this model is suggesting that we're going to see landfall. Once again, Port O'Connor to Matagorda. Somewhere in that region, from Port O'Connor to Matagorda, that's where I think that it's pretty likely at this point that the central area of low pressure will cross over onto land. It could happen a little bit further south and west than that. It could happen a little bit further north and east than that. But as of right now, I do think that's generally what we're looking at here, somewhere between Port O'Connor and maybe even Freeport, maybe as far north and east as Freeport. So if you are in that area, if you are right there where the storm is going to make landfall, right there before it, then you can expect to see tropical storm force winds. And if this thing does wrap up and become a hurricane, maybe hurricane force winds, certainly hurricane force wind gusts, and additionally, maybe some of that 3 to 5 foot storm surge. And, you know, pretty much with that kind of storm, we're talking about down trees, power lines, sporadically, not widespread, and then, power outages and stuff like that, and then possibly some coastal flooding associated with the surge. So this isn't Hurricane Ida. This isn't anything crazy. But we don't care how crazy it is. We're talking about it here on the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. What's up, Half-Life? We got Half-Life in the chat. What's up, Mikey Outdoors? How's it going, guys? How are you still talking? Oh, this isn't anything, man. Somebody said, how are you still talking? I've done these live streams for up to close to 16 hours straight before. I got to make sure that I periodically come down here and get me a drink of water. And then generally, about every hour and a half, I get up and walk around and stretch my legs a little bit. So that's what the NAM 3-kilometer model is showing there, and you can see all that heavy rain moving off to the north and east after it makes landfall. Now, I did promise you guys that we would talk about some of these other storms too, and that's what we're going to do right now. Let me switch you back over here to the radar real quick while I load up this data. And we'll talk about some of these other storms as well. So here is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. We've got Nicholas down here. We've got this other storm right here, and then we've got another storm down here. So these are the 3 big areas of interest. I talked about these pretty in depth in my forecast video yesterday, but there's some new information here that I do want to talk about before we get back into looking at Tropical Storm or Hurricane Nicholas. And it's this storm right here and this one right here. Let's start with this one. An area of low pressure is forecast to form by midweek, a couple of 100 miles north of the southeastern or central Bahamas, as a tropical wave interacts with an upper level trough. Okay, so we do have an area of storms down here north of the Bahamas and north of the Caribbean that's going to enter an atmosphere or an environment that is favorable for some sort of development. Now, we don't have an incredibly favorable atmosphere out here, but it's favorable enough to where we could get some sort of storm. And let's take a look at that on the weather models. We'll take a look at the Euro first. The Euro has been the most, conservative with this storm. So let's see if it's changed any. I honestly haven't looked at any of the new model data today. This is going to be my first time seeing this along with you. So let's put this further into motion. And yeah, the Euro really doesn't see anything happening there. If you can kind of see what we're talking about, we do have an area of thunderstorms and some sort of rotational system there, some sort of low pressure that tries to do something, but it really doesn't get a chance to. Let's check out the 0Z and see if it does anything in the future. No, not really. Not really. The Euro doesn't do anything with it at all. This is just going to bring some moisture maybe into the Cape Hatteras area, eastern Outer Banks of North Carolina, and cause some heavy rainfall. But there is a chance that this could become an actual storm. Let's see what the GFS is showing. And the GFS shows something a little bit more significant there. You see how there's a more well-defined area of low pressure there as it gets close to the Carolinas, but it still curves off to the north and east, and it actually becomes a decent storm right before it goes out east of Cape Cod there. But this still doesn't show anything too significant. This was never a big threat, but it's always stuff like this that ends up surprising you. I know there's a lot of times in my career, and I'm sure if there's other people here that have been, looking at forecast models and tracking hurricanes for a long time, that'll tell you the same. A lot of times the models aren't right, and some of these storms can really wrap up and surprise you and come out of nowhere, or seemingly come out of nowhere, and kind of pull a spin move on you. But that's why I like to continue to talk about these things, even though it's not a great threat right now. Tomorrow, we could be talking about a completely different story. So that's what the GFS is showing. It's showing the storm kind of coming up here like this. As of right now, really no major impact expected from that at all. There is another one. There is another area of interest that we've got to check out. We can keep looking at the GFS here. Why not? Let's go down to the Atlantic Basin. And let's see what we've got going on here. Let me load all the frames. The frames are loaded. Okay, so the GFS is still showing a storm. Okay, so if we go back to the National Hurricane Center, and let me scroll down here. This right here, this is what we're talking about now, okay? This is a 80% chance of a cyclone formation in the next 5 days. All right, that is probably going to be a significant storm at some point, but will it be a significant storm for you? That's what we're getting ready to check out right now. So this wave, some of you guys might not know this, but a lot of our storms, a lot of our hurricanes here in the United States start off as, just general areas of thunderstorms on the western coast of Africa. They get sent off into the ocean there. In this portion of the ocean, we call that the main development region. And right there, the conditions are almost always favorable for, cyclone formation because there's not a lot of wind shear. The closer you get to the equator, the more still everything is. So these hurricanes have the ability here to be over top of warm waters, not be affected by a lot of other, outside weather influences, and then kind of form, continue to form. And that's why we get a lot of strong storms out of this region right here. And the GFS does show a storm forming there. It looks like it becomes a tropical storm maybe around Saturday, September 18th. Okay, today's the 13th, so you can see this is still quite a bit of ways out. This is a long-term stuff. This is going to change a million times before we get there. But and then it shows it deepening down into a hurricane.
14. No insurance on a
hurricane. And then let's see here. And then it kind of fizzles out. Okay, so this gets down to a 983 millibar. Once again, that could be a hurricane. And then for some reason, this shows the storm kind of fizzling out, and then maybe catching up with that trough in the northeast, and then redeveloping up here and going back towards Newfoundland. But that looks a little weird to me. That little jump, hop, skip there. I don't know if I buy that. I definitely think that if we get a storm forming out here, it will be a hurricane. It will be some sort of tropical storm or hurricane. And then once it gets here, I don't think it's just going to disappear. There are going to be a couple things that can happen, though. The first thing, and probably the most likely thing, if the upper air analysis is correct here, is that it curves off, continues to strengthen and curves off to the north like Larry did. Okay, if you see this high pressure over here, this is one of the main features that we have to look for when trying to figure out whether or not these storms are going to come towards the United States or not. This is kind of a weaker high pressure, and it's placed pretty far back here in the northeast. A lot of times whenever these things are propelled directly westward, you see a group of high pressure, sometimes a trio, all around that 1030 mark, and then the isobars around it are a lot more extended, okay? And the hurricanes like to follow the southern edge of the high pressure there, and then, if there's another trough or something that's coming through the United States, right at the last minute, it'll get attracted to it and either go towards the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, or maybe even get sunk down into the Gulf of Mexico. So the GFS right now is saying that recurve option is definitely on the table. But this is, I don't know how I feel about that run. I'm not 100% convinced by it. But we'll see. This is, once again, this is long-term forecasting. We don't know for sure exactly what's going to happen with this storm, and we won't know for quite a few days. So that's what it's looking like right now. I would say, if you want my personal opinion here on this storm, I would say we got to keep watching it. And I think that we're definitely somewhere in this region, we're going to end up with a major storm. And once it gets probably around here, we will know then whether or not we should be watching out in Puerto Rico, in the Bahamas, in Florida, or in the East Coast. Now, I really don't think, I think that the odds of this going into the Gulf of Mexico are low. Okay? If this hits the United States, it's going to be Florida or the East Coast right here. Okay? That's just my preliminary expectation. And once again, we're still really far away from the storm happening, so it's all guesses at this point. But my gut tells me, and my experience at looking at these kind of storms in the past tells me that this is probably not going to get shafted down here south of Florida. So that we're going to stay updated with that. If you're new here, we've got almost 2,000 people watching. This is what I do here on the channel, okay? I talk about this stuff every day until this storm, either gets to the United States or dissipates. I'm going to be making daily forecast videos about it, okay? So if you want to stay updated with it, make sure you hit that subscribe button, all right? Now, let's go back and check on Nicholas again. It's still kind of tough to tell where that center of circulation is, man. This is kind of a mess right now. I'm not even going to lie. You can definitely see the rotation. But it does look like some of that convection, it maybe is overtaking the lower level circulation there. Let me go back to, let's see here. This needs to be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let me go back to radar Omega here. Once again, this is a 3D view of Nicholas right now. This is what it looks like. That's how tall the clouds are there in the this portion of the storm. We're going to go back and look at it from the top-down view, though. Thank you, SS. Really appreciate it. And we're going to switch to the visible satellite. Visible blue. And we're going to try to see if we can see exactly where that circulation is or not. It's somewhere underneath that new convection that just popped up there not too long ago. You can't. There's not a good way to see it. So you can see really clearly all the different layers of the atmosphere here. You can see on the surface we do have rotation. You can see some of those clouds that are coming around like this. But a lot of the deep convection, a lot of the new thunderstorms that are forming over here, they look like bombs going off, big explosions. Those are just new thunderstorms that are forming, and they aren't following the same pattern as that circulation. Okay, so that tells me that the winds up here aloft, especially towards the top of these clouds, are still going this way pretty intensely. And it's enough to not allow for that circulation to pull them back in and wrap it around there on the central area of circulation. So until we see that happen, until we see some of those storms starting to completely wrap around the core, I don't think we're going to see any sort of major intensification at all. So we're going to watch this view of the radar very closely. And because this is where I think we're going to see it first. If it does start to happen, this area of thunderstorms is going to be interesting to watch. But as of right now, we're still pretty well off the coast, okay? Corpus Christi, this is still a little whiles away from you. The central area of circulation is exactly 125 miles away from you. So that's interesting. Once again, I still think this is quite a bit further east than what we originally thought it was going to be. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here as it tries to wrap some of this convection around it. Also, Houston, I know we got a lot of people watching in Houston. The central area of low pressure is still about 250 miles away from you. So this isn't even close to the coast. And what's happening right now, and the good thing is the really good news here today is that since we do have that wind shear, a lot of the heavy rain is staying on the eastern side. So the longer this is over the ocean, of course, that does mean that we're going to see more intensification from the storm. But the longer it's over the ocean, also, the more of that rain's going to fall on the eastern side of the storm. Okay, so over here in Corpus Christi, you're just as close to the central area of low pressure as somebody over here that's on a boat, but you're not getting as much rain right now because the shear is taking a lot of that energy off to the east there. Let's switch our radar view and let's see if any of those outer bands are getting into Houston yet. If we can get the radar to load, there we go. Oh yeah, we've got rain in Houston. If you're in Houston right now and you're wondering, if this rain is associated, or the rain that you just saw not too long ago is associated with our storm, with Tropical Storm Nicholas, yes, the answer is yes. These are the outer bands coming in, and there's more to come. You can see all this moisture down here is going to come straight over you here over the next little bit. And unfortunately, it looks like it's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. You're going to be stuck with it for a little while. Port Arthur, Somebody asked about Port Arthur.
7-3.
It's just rain right now, but I do think that that's one of the places where we're most likely to see a landfall from this storm. So if you're in Port Arthur, get ready for those not hurricane force, but tropical storm force sustained winds, and then maybe even some hurricane force gusts, 3 to 5 foot storm surge, and incredibly heavy rain as Tropical Storm Nicholas makes it closer to you. Where's Ryan Hall from? I'm from Kentucky. I am streaming right now from Kentucky. It's a wonder. It's a wonder I have the internet speed to make this work in Kentucky, honestly. So we're gonna we'll keep this radar on Houston. I'm gonna go ahead and I've got to move around some of my other modules here.
28 return on call, team call 736.
There we go. I'm gonna refocus that so we stay with the central area. There we go. What's up, Airyland? Thank you, Chris Rosser. He's our most recent member. And, of course, thank you, Amy Davis, for being today's top supporter. We're at 87,064 subscribers today. Guys, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Let's try to get to 87,100. Let's go. Give me just a second. I got to update some stuff over here. I'm just checking my messages here. Once again, there's a slight chance that we see some updates from Reed Timmer here soon. We talked earlier about him possibly doing some live updates with us, so I'm just kind of checking in over here on my messages to see if he has sent anything yet, but we don't have anything just yet. Additionally, I'm also looking through Twitter here and just seeing if there's any new pictures or videos of any sort of impacts that are happening out there on the coast. I'm retweeting a picture right now from Port Aransas, and that's going to be from Brian Imfinger. Okay, so if you want to go check that out, he's got people out here parasailing and surfing. In the choppy surf out there. I just retweeted that if you want to go look at my Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. I don't want to put that on the screen because he had do not broadcast on it, and we want to respect all of our storm chasers out there who want to, maintain their exclusivity. Corpus Christi this morning. All right, I'm just trying to get some videos here to show you guys. Bear with me. All right. Steven, thank you so much for the kind words, man. He says you do a great job. Thanks for all the work. Hey, man, thank you so much. Really do appreciate the support, guys. Appreciate it a lot. Let's go over and take a look at some current conditions as we get closer and closer to landfall here. Thank you, Roxy. We are going to continue to see pictures and videos come in as we go forward. Let's go over here to the tweet list. James Spann. Anybody know James Spann? He just sent this out from a viewer he has down there in Corpus Christi. This is what it looks like right now. You can see those waves are coming up. It's pretty choppy out there. Nothing crazy, though. And this is associated with Tropical Storm Nicholas, so that's what it looks like out there right now in Corpus Christi. We also have some other cameras out there too. This is going to be there in Galveston, Texas. You can see some of those waves are also making a little bit further inland than what they normally do there. I'm not sure if it's high tide or low tide right now. But that's what it's looking like over there right now. Also, we've got the Starbase. Okay, this portion of the world here, where Starbase is, where the SpaceX live stream is coming from here, is really close to that center of circulation. But because they're on the western side, the wind shear is kind of taking it away. Okay, they're not really seeing anything happening right now. No rain or nothing like that, really. And then we've got this right here. This is also from Galveston, I believe. Okay, so this is saltwater recon, and you can see a really good view there of how more intensely the water is coming in on this camera. You know, if you look at this on a normal day, what you would see are the waves kind of ending a little bit further south or a little bit further out than that, and there's a lot of beach there. This is a place where people, you know, go to the beach. So we're already seeing some of that water coming all the way up close to the road, and you know, it's possible in this area that we continue to see it rise a little bit higher, and we could see it get into the road there as we go a little bit later on into the future. I'm not sure what that drop-off looks like from the street down to the beach there, but that is what it's looking like right now. Catherine Sullivan, good morning, all. Good morning, Ryan. Did you get Echo his package yet? Yes, we got it the other day. We opened it on a members-only live stream, I think. If we didn't, I'll make sure that you see him in it. I'll make sure you see him in it. Don't worry. We'll work something out. Ruth, thank you so much for the support. Really do appreciate it. So yeah, we're watching a bunch of different cameras today, and in fact, one of my cameras quit working, so I've got to fix that real quick. Also, this camera here, I do know that it's a little bit lagged. It's my face and my mouth is moving at a little bit different of a pace than the sound is coming in, and that's just one of the many quirks with this new setup that I still haven't figured out yet. Hopefully it's not too annoying, and I'll work on fixing that here pretty soon, okay? And I'm just going to try to get a new camera view up here for you so that we've got everything covered all the way up the coast of Texas here. Let's see here. That one, oh, this is still live. I think this is still live. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go windowed full screen. I'm going to put this bad boy down here. And I'm going to move it over there. And then you guys should see it now. If I did that right. I think I did. Chris Rosser, thank you so much for the very, very generous super chat. We stayed for Alicia in 1983. We don't want to do that again. It took off our roof. Ryan, keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much for that. I don't think this is going to be as bad. I really don't. I don't think you've got as much to worry about here today. With this storm as some of the older storms. Once again, people earlier were talking about how this was going to be Hurricane Harvey all over again. I really don't think so. I really don't think so. So don't worry too much about that, okay? Don't worry too much about that. I think that this is going to be a very, intense storm for some people. There's going to be major impacts, lots of flooding, but I don't want anybody to freak out. Okay, this is if something does happen and things start to look a little bit more serious, I promise I'll be the first one to let you know. But as of right now, you Texans, you're ready for this one. Okay, I think you're prepared for this one. Nice chair spin. Yeah. Yeah, if this is the first stream that you guys have been to here with me, it sometimes gets really intense, especially during like a tornado outbreak or something. So I think that I'm going to be spinning around a lot in the future with whenever we have a little bit more of an intense situation going on. How's it going, All Alone Prepper? I just tuned in. My daughter is down in that area. What's happening? Just a brief rundown. Holly, thank you so much for sending in that message. It is time to do a brief rundown. Okay? So that's what I'm going to do. So once again, I'm going to pretend like this is a regular YouTube video here where I'm doing a forecast discussion, and I'm going to take it from the top. All right? Let me... I need a haircut in the worst way. Let me get myself ready here. Let me get situated, and let's go through the forecast models and the satellite and radar all over again because I know we do have people filtering in and out, and I want to make sure that everybody is just as updated as the people who have been here for a while. So before I get started, make sure you like this video, subscribe. That's going to help promote this to people that may need the information. Also, if you're feeling really helpful, copy the link to this and post it on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, anything, or send it in a text message to a family or friend member so we can get this vital information in front of as many people as possible. Welcome to the Ryan Hall, y'all, YouTube channel. Right now, we are doing a general update on Tropical Storm Nicholas as it is heading towards the southeastern portion of Texas. Okay, this is likely going to make landfall somewhere in between Corpus Christi and Houston. It's definitely going to be north of Corpus Christi at this point, but certainly around Port Arthur to Lake Jackson to Ostwell. These places right in here, that's where we think the most of the most likely area of landfall is going to be. Now, it's important that I tell you this as well. Let me refresh this and then pull it up here for you. This is just a tropical storm. We are watching Tropical Storm Nicholas, okay? This is not a hurricane. This is not a major hurricane, and this is certainly not Hurricane Harvey all over again. This is not Allison. This is not any of those historic hurricanes or tropical storms that you had in the past, but there are going to be very significant impacts for some people, okay? I don't want you to freak out and think that, you know, if you had your home ruined in Harvey, that's going to happen again. But I also don't want you to think that, well, if Harvey didn't affect me, then this one's definitely not, because this is going to have different impacts for different people. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center shows that this thing still has 60-mile-an-hour winds, okay? That's tropical storm force. There are probably some gusts in there that are hurricane force, 75 miles an hour or over, and that's going to be enough to knock down trees and power lines and cause power outages through much of southeastern Texas later on this afternoon and evening. We expect this to continue to be a tropical storm by 7 a.m. on Tuesday after it makes landfall somewhere there around the Port Arthur area and then continues to go north and east in the southeastern quadrant of Texas. Now look at how slow this is going. 7 p.m. Tuesday, it's still here in Texas. 7 a.m. Wednesday, it's still here in Texas. 7 a.m. Thursday, it's just a couple hundred miles off to the east. And so one of the biggest threats that we're going to have here with this storm is not the wind. Okay, it's not the wind, it's not the storm surge. Those will be things that we have to deal with, and there will be damage from those things. But the most significant part of this storm is going to be the constant inundation of tropical rainfall of the likes you haven't seen in a little while. Okay, now thankfully, I don't know if this is going to be as widespread of a problem as some of our more recent flooding events. But there definitely are going to be localized, isolated areas between Corpus Christi, Port Arthur, Houston, and Lake Charles, Louisiana, that see over 10 inches of rain, and possibly some very localized areas that see close to 20 inches of rain. Okay, that's going to be devastating flooding for some people there. So I don't know exactly who's going to see what, but anybody in that region that I just talked about has the potential to see those things. Okay, and I'm going to show you why here on the weather models. Let me go ahead and take you to the web browser. We're going to go back to the NAM 3-kilometer model, and we're going to zoom in here on the south central portion of the United States. This is the big old great state of Texas. We got Louisiana right here, Mexico down to the south, and the Gulf of Mexico is right here. I know this isn't a very appealing image, but this is the most accurate way to really pinpoint where things are going to happen is by looking at the raw model data like this. So let's go into the surface precipitation, look at composite reflectivity type. This is the 12Z run of the NAM 3-kilometer model. Okay, this is showing our storm wrapping up here and heading straight north towards the Port Arthur area. South of Houston, quite a bit south and west of Houston, and making landfall there right around 8 p.m. this evening, sometime between 7 or 8 p.m. this evening, somewhere around Rockport or somewhere around Wadsworth, Lake Jackson, or Port Lavaca, somewhere in that general vicinity is where the central area of low pressure is going to cross onto land, okay? And what's going to happen there in the places that do experience the landfall is, once again, tropical storm force, sustained winds around 60 miles an hour with maybe some hurricane force wind gusts. And if this thing actually, starts to intensify like, some of us think that it might, we could see a low-end Category 1 hurricane here too. But the difference is there between a high-end tropical storm and a low-end Category 1 hurricane is not much. Okay, like it really doesn't matter at this point whether this is a hurricane or a tropical storm. The impacts for you are going to generally be the same. Heavy rain, 3 to 5 foot of storm surge, and possibly some winds that will bring down power lines and trees. Now let's continue to watch this thing as it comes inland, okay? And it's going to move slow, and you'll notice the northern side there of the precipitation shield is going to be where we see the vast majority of the rain, okay? We're talking about precipitable water values in this portion of the storm that'll be near 3 or 4, okay? And if you don't know what that means, just trust me, it's not good, all right? It means it's going to rain harder in a thunderstorm than it normally would during a thunderstorm, okay? There's more moisture, more water available in the atmosphere to be converted into rainfall. So the rainfall rates are likely going to be really high if you get under a thunderstorm. And the problem here is that this storm's not moving very fast. So it looks to me like Houston, you're going to be underneath that really heavy rain band for a long time. You're one of the places that could see 6 to 10 inches of rain, maybe even more than that, all the way into Galveston as well, and then into eastern portions of Texas, and then, of course, Louisiana. Louisiana, western and southwestern portions of Louisiana need to watch out, especially for the potential there for some very intense flash flooding and possibly even flash flooding, emergency situations that cause big time impacts for a lot of people. So the rain's the biggest story here, and that's what the radar could look like as we go into the future. Now, if we go even further into the future, the NAM takes this storm a little bit into Arkansas and Mississippi, and at this point, our focus shifts away from the wind and the rain to possibly a severe weather threat on the southeastern quadrant. Let's go over here to the southeast view. Let's look at a little bit further into the future here, and look at this. You can see our low pressure system, what is similar looking to a cold front, maybe a little bit of a warm sector here, cooler air coming in behind the storm, warm Gulf air coming in front of the storm. And at this point, we could be talking about still flash flooding and heavy rain with these storms that are coming into Louisiana, but also a severe weather and tornado threat. Okay, let's go ahead and look at the upper air qualities here and see those 850 millibar wind speeds. Wow. Okay. So if the NAM 3 kilometer is correct in its assumption here that this storm's going to maintain its strength and continue to produce a trough or a short wave here in portions of Louisiana as it crosses into Mississippi, there's probably going to be a brief time period between midnight on Wednesday into probably around 9 a.m. Wednesday where we could see a little bit of some tornado action here in Louisiana and western portions of Mississippi. What we're looking at here, this map that we're looking at, shows us the lower level jet stream winds. And anytime you get the southeastern quadrant of a circular rotational cyclone like this, anytime the southeastern quadrant is lit up with lower level jet stream winds that are around 30 to 40 knots, especially when you have surface level winds that come in adjacently and cause a little bit of a crosswind there right where they meet up, that's a sign. That's pretty much one of the main things I look for to forecast tornadoes. And that's almost exactly what we have here in portions of Louisiana and Mississippi. So unfortunately, if the timing is right here too, that's kind of a bad situation for Louisiana and Mississippi because these would be naders in the dark. We talk a lot about how naders are bad enough, but when you get naders in the dark, that adds a whole new level of danger to the situation. So, this is still a little ways out. So we will have to watch it closely, and I'll certainly keep updating you on this threat. But right now, what I would do if I were you in Louisiana or Mississippi, and you're concerned about this, is think about what's going to happen here. There's a slight chance that on Wednesday, early Wednesday morning, while you're probably going to want to be asleep because you got to work on Thursday, there's a slight chance that there could be a small regional tornado outbreak here. So you need to figure out a way to sleep soundly. There's no reason to stay up all night and obsess over the weather, but found a way to go to sleep, but have some way of getting a tornado warning if it does come through. Okay, you can turn alerts on your phone. There are certain apps that will what am I trying to say? There are certain apps that will alert you, like an alarm will go off on your phone. But more importantly, and probably the most reliable way to wake yourself up and make sure you're prepared for a storm is to get a NOAA weather radio. okay? You can get these at your local convenience store or like a Target or something like that. You can go there and near the front where they sell like emergency flashlights and normal weather radios and kind of like outdoor stuff like that. You can find yourself a NOAA weather radio, preferably made by Midland, and you just plug that thing up, and if there's a tornado warning issued in your general area, it's going to scream at you, okay? And it will wake you up, and then at that point, you want to make sure that you have a plan in place to get into shelter. You're going to wake up, you're going to be half out of it. Make sure you got something written down or something memorized to where you and your family members can get to a safe spot as quickly as you possibly can. And a safe spot's going to be the most interior room of your home. I know a lot of you guys don't have basements down here in this portion of the U.S., but like an interior bathroom with no windows and certainly no walls that face the outside world. Get in there and just kind of hunker down until the tornado has passed, okay? But once again, I don't think this is going to be a widespread major tornado outbreak. But it doesn't matter if there's just one tornado and it happens to go down your street. It doesn't matter if it's a widespread tornado outbreak or not. It's still going to impact you, and I want to make sure that you are prepared for that possibility, okay? And then the dam does kind of weaken this out a little bit as it continues. But if we see a little bit more of a strengthening of this low pressure system here, we could see, once again, some more severe weather opportunities for maybe Wednesday into Thursday in Alabama and Florida. But right now, it's too early to tell with this. Now, you can see if we go back over here to Texas, let's go to Texas today. Yeah, here we go. If we come back over here to Texas, talk about an increased area of lower level jet stream winds with this storm as it makes landfall. Okay, so around 8 p.m. tonight, we are going to see a feature here where we could see tornadoes. Okay, so that's going to be a possibility tonight as well, especially north of Port Arthur there, between Port Arthur and Galveston, all the way up into the Texas and Louisiana border on the coast, pretty much in this area right here. That's where we could see possibly a lot of rotating thunderstorms produce waterspouts and then move on to land as tornadoes as we go later on into the day. Okay, so that's what we've got to watch out for, big time, as we go forward. That's actually a decent tornado threat there for tonight and into the early morning hours tomorrow. So that's another thing that we have to watch out for. The most important thing, though, as we've been talking about all morning long, is the rain. Okay, this is going to bring an absolute boatload of rain to portions of Texas and Louisiana. We're talking about some places could see up to 15 inches, and if that happens, flash flooding is almost inevitable, and you've got to make sure you're prepared for that as well. If you live in a flood-prone area, make sure you're ready to do whatever it takes to protect your life and property, just in case the waters come up and impact your, where you are, okay? It's impossible to tell right now exactly who's going to see how much rain, but it does look like areas here from just north and east of Corpus Christi, near Ostwell, up through Indianola, Port O'Connor, Wadsworth, Freeport, all these places here, and then points north and west towards Victoria, Edna, El Campo, Rosenberg, Houston, Texas, Garwood, Hallettsville, Yoakum, Gonzales. All these places are in the bullseye to receive possibly some of the more intense amounts of rainfall as we go forward. And we could definitely see some of those totals breaking 10 inches, which will cause devastating flooding. Additionally, if we go over here to Louisiana, there are even more rainfall problems that we're going to have over here. Okay, so pretty much the whole state can expect over 5 inches of rain. But and this model is a little weird. Maybe it's because of the timing. But I do think southwestern Louisiana has the chance, or the best chance, to see the most significant rain out of this one right now. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. As far as the forecast goes in the short term, we're going to do the long term right here in just a second. Let me fix this computer, though. Oh, it's updating. Don't you just love Windows and automatic updates? Lord goodness. Let's see here. Thank you, Matt Marshall. I appreciate that. Thank you,
to their phone number with no answer. She doesn't have voicemail set up. The daughter
Lance Lee, thank you, Patricia. Thank you guys for being here today. Thank you, Gary Miller, our newest member. I really do appreciate it. And Chris Rosser, today's top supporter. Really, really do appreciate you being here. Got to get a drink of water. Yeah, you can see my radar monitoring screens over here have just automatically started to update. Lord goodness.
See if it's if they will take on this. I don't know if it's misdemeanor or felony. I think it's semi. Let me just find out.
471 assault at 109 7th Avenue in Meterland. 471.
So if you're just now tuning in, we just did the short-term forecast on what we can expect from Tropical Storm Nicholas today. A lot of people are asking for the exact place that this is going to make landfall, and I'm telling you guys right now, I don't know. Nobody knows. Okay, we're still following the central area of low pressure. We're trying to figure out where that's going to go, and I can just tell you right now, it's going to be somewhere between Corpus Christi and Galveston, Houston. It'll be somewhere in there. That's the best I can do for you right now. Let me show you the radar, the latest radar feed that we have here from our Brownsville radar. Actually, we should probably go to Corpus Christi. Let me go to the radar there. There we go. All right. So let me refresh this. Our dual view isn't working very well. That's fine. We'll do it this way. So here is the central area of circulation right now. Well, actually, it's getting harder and harder to tell where that is. I still do believe, I think it's down here. But look at this. Look at this. What do we have another area that's starting to spin up here? Are we having another transfer of energy? This thing has been like a ping pong ball going back and forth within the convection here as it's gone off to the north. Anyways, Corpus Christi's right here. All right. That's still a possibility that we could see landfall there. But like I've been saying, for the vast majority of this live stream, the most likely areas for landfall are going to be somewhere between Port O'Connor, Matagorda, and Freeport. Okay, somewhere up there, I think is where this thing's going to make landfall. Unless we are actually seeing a transfer over here, and this thing's got a new centralized low pressure system that's forming right here. Then I don't know. But even the National Hurricane Center agrees with me for as far as keeping this thing a little bit further tucked in on the western side there. So I really don't think that this making landfall anywhere east of Lake Jackson is possible right now. It's definitely going to be between Corpus Christi and Lake Jackson. And this is what the radar looks like right now, guys. This is exactly what we're dealing with. Tropical storm, all the heavy rain, all of the heaviest precipitation and stuff's going to be on the eastern side. And that's also what we're going to be dealing with as far as rainfall goes as this moves north into Houston and stuff. So just make sure you're ready for that heavy rain. And then I'm going to do one more long-term forecast here, and then we'll do a little Q&A session, and then we'll go from there, okay? We will go from there. Go back to the weather models here. This is once again, the forecasted precipitation for Louisiana. And we're going to switch over to the NAM 12-kilometer model, and we're going to zoom out. We're going to zoom out here to U.S. regions southeast. So once again, let's go ahead and take a look at where this storm could go in the future. NAM 3 or 12 kilometer kind of has this thing sitting over Texas and Louisiana and not doing much in the future. But if this thing does eject off to the north and east like this, everybody on the southern side, especially during the daytime hours, has to worry about severe weather outbreaks as this thing goes on. But there's a good chance that this could fizzle out enough to where it doesn't really cause much in the way of severe weather at all. So this does have the chance to affect almost everybody in the deep south, but as of right now, just expect a little bit of rain from this system, and we won't freak out too much about the overall concern that we have with severe weather until we get closer to that actually happening, okay? Now, We do have other storm systems out there as well. There's another possible hurricane or tropical storm, tropical depression, something like that is forming over here off the East Coast. The Carolinas here, you're pretty close to this storm possibly getting to you and impacting you sometime around Thursday or Friday. But right now, it doesn't look very serious, okay? It doesn't look like it's going to do much at all. I'll have updates on this in the future if things start to look different. But as of right now, it looks like you're A-okay. You don't have much to worry about at all. So let me go ahead and now switch over to the GFS, and we'll zoom way out here into the Atlantic Ocean. Give me just a second. Atlantic Basin. There we go. And let's take a look at the surface moisture precipitable water. So we talked a lot today about the increased precipitable water over here in Texas that's going to lead to the big time rain that we're going to see. This is also another way to look at where storms are forming and where they are becoming more intense, as we do have a wave coming off of Africa that's going to try to turn into a hurricane or a storm of some sort here, right here as it approaches the Lesser Antilles and the Caribbean islands. Okay, so as you can see, that's a storm. Okay, that's possibly a hurricane there on September 18th, and this is another one that we have to watch. Depending on how far south it comes into the Atlantic and how far south it stays as it approaches the west, this is likely going to impact some of these islands over here and maybe even the eastern coast of the United States. There is a feature over here of high pressure that's going to try to allow for this thing to gradually advect to the north and maybe recurve up here like Hurricane Larry did, because there's also another trough that's coming through that's going to try to pick it up. But if this high pressure ends up a little bit further south and a little bit stronger, it might actually put this down here enough to where it becomes a Caribbean cruiser and makes it into Florida, or once again recurves at the last minute and comes up into the Carolinas. So that's way out into the future. It's really too soon right now to be talking about the specifics of what could be happening with this storm. Let me load all the frames here for you so we can get a good loop of this. But as of right now, that's probably the most concerning thing on my radar as far as the future goes. Okay, we're going to have another storm coming off of Africa here, and the GFS does tear it apart. But I think that there's still a good chance that this stays together and either recurves or comes in towards the U.S. in one of these directions. So that's the long-term forecast. Additionally, there is one more thing that I want to talk about before we go back to Hurricane Nicholas. If we come here to the northern or the Great Lakes region, and we switch back over to the NAM 3 kilometer model, and we go to composite reflectivity, and then we look at this, we do have a threat for severe weather tomorrow. And then that's going to carry off into the northeast the next day, okay? So we do have, once again, if you're in Michigan up here, Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and over here into Wisconsin, tomorrow morning into tomorrow early afternoon, there's a slight chance of severe weather. We also are going to see some of these storms make it into northern areas of the main part of Michigan there. And then I think that probably the better threat for severe weather is going to come late Tuesday into southeastern Michigan and portions of Indiana and Ohio as well. And then that's probably going to turn into a more significant severe weather threat in the northeast on Wednesday. So we'll talk more about that in tomorrow's video. But just in case anybody here wasn't aware of that, I wanted to go ahead and show you that's what we're looking at right now. How bad will Corpus Christi be hit by rain and potential flash flooding? So Corpus Christi is in a really good location right now. Okay, I've been talking a lot today about Corpus Christi and how that's going to be one of the points of reference that we keep in our mind as to when we talk about the impacts of this storm. Right now, I think that the vast majority of the wind and the rain is going to escape Corpus Christi off to the north and to the east. Okay, now if this was a normal hurricane with a regular situation with no wind shear, Corpus Christi, you'd be in a really bad spot right now. You'd be getting a lot of the heavy rain. You'd be getting more storm surge and stuff. But because this thing has so much wind shear, the vast majority of the precipitation is being kept on the eastern side of the storm. Okay, it's being lofted over there to the east, and that is going to keep Corpus Christi pretty dry for the most part during this storm. So I don't think that you guys are going to experience any major impacts, but certainly some rain will will eventually make its way in there, some storm surge, and certainly some wind gusts as well. So once again, I'm kind of convinced still that this is the central area of rotation down here that's associated with this little storm. I'm not sure what exactly is going on with it right now, but we're going to keep watching it. If this is actually the official central area of low pressure, then that's quite a bit further east than what we have been seeing. But there might be a lower level area of circulation down here that would make a little bit more sense as to placing exactly where the storm is right now. And once again, it doesn't really matter that there's no well-defined eye wall. There's no central core of this storm that's going to make a big difference. Once this makes landfall somewhere up here in this portion of Texas, everybody's impacts are going to be pretty much the same, with the tropical storm force, sustained winds, and the maybe hurricane force wind gusts here and there. If we look at the latest satellite imagery, you can see that you can see that rotation underneath the convection there, and it does look like new convection is popping up. You can see those explosions in the past little bit that have just now popped up there. That's showing me that there's new thunderstorms forming. There's new energy being injected into the storm, and if those thunderstorms wrap around that central area of low pressure, we are more than likely going to see some intensification here, but as of right now, we're not seeing anything crazy, okay? So let's go to the long wave infrared data here, and let's look at that in 3D. We'll put it back into motion, and we'll put this on 3D mode there. And then, yeah, I just want to make sure you got a good view of everything that's going on here. Yeah, we'll look at it in that way. It looks like some of the earlier convection has died off a little bit, but we have new towers going up, which tells me that there's still a chance that this thing can intensify. And we'll also look at our cameras down there. We're looking at south of Brownsville, Galveston, and near Port Arthur there. Those are our live cameras. And also, I want to take a little bit of a second and do some Q&A here. So if you have any questions for me in the chat, go ahead and leave them, and I'll try to answer them before I take my next little break here.
A crew leveling her house.
It's is it still moving northwest north? It's still moving pretty much north at this point. Every time there's a storm, people are on the beach. Yeah, it's pretty exciting for people who like to surf and stuff like that when there's big waves expected. But there's almost always something bad that comes out of it, so I don't condone it myself. Very unorganized, lots of rain wherever it hits. Hopefully the west side, Houston, gets some. Yeah, I definitely think that Houston's going to get some rain. My only concern is that it might be too much. It might be too much rain. Are there any updates on the recon? Let me look at that for you. So yeah, there are hurricane hunters out there. There's aircraft flying into the hurricane, giving us the most recent information on the upper level and surface level parts of this storm. And it does look like there is currently a plane in the storm right now. So let's take a look at that. Here's our plane. It's flying around right now. This is mission 3 into Nicholas 14L. And what they're doing is they are looking for the central area of low pressure, and they're looking for the wind speeds. Okay, so right now you can kind of see that we have winds all over the place right now, and it does look like maybe that central area of low pressure is still all the way right here. They found 1,000 millibars down here earlier. They found 1,003, 1,004 up here. But you can see that the wind direction changes. We've got wind coming this way right here, this way right here, and then this way right here, this way right here. I'm just trying to draw this out. Yeah, it's somewhere in there. It's not tight, though. It's kind of elongated. It's like an oblique circulation somewhere in there. So that's what we're looking at right now. Also, we can take a look at some of the wind speeds that they found. I'm seeing 29 miles per hour. over here. It looks like some of the more intense winds are going to be over here with 51 miles an hour at flight level. 51 miles an hour there. This is going to be a 58.7 mile an hour wind gust there. And I don't know if you can see it. I know this is pretty small, but the way that you can read how fast the wind's blowing and in what direction it's coming from, or by looking at the wind barbs here, okay? These are wind barbs. That's the plane. As it goes on, it keeps giving us data input points. And the way that you read a wind barb is, I'll try to draw you an illustration here, is there's always a dot, and then there will be a stick that comes up, and then sometimes there will be a flag on the top of that stick. And then below that, you will have barbs, all right? Sticks that are just as long as the flag. And then below that, you might even see a stick that's half as long, okay? So that's a traditional wind barb there. And what this tells you is that the wind's blowing this way because the barb always points away from the direction that the wind is blowing. And then also, each of these symbols here can tell us about the speed, the wind speed. So the flag represents 50 knots. The elongated sticks represent 10 knots. And then the short ones do 5. So if you add that together, you've got 60 plus 15 there. That's going to be 75 knots. And then one day I'll teach you guys how to do the conversion from knots into miles an hour, but it's just too much for right now. The good news is we can just click on these bad boys, and we can see that that's 51 knots right there and 58.7 miles an hour. That's the kind of winds that we're talking about here. So I'm not sure if we're going to find any sort of evidence that this is intensifying right now. Honestly, we got 1,000 millibars. That's a little bit, higher of a pressure than what I thought we would see. So I'm not, once again, I'm not 100% convinced that we are going to see some sort of a new update that tells us that we're experiencing an increase in wind or decrease in pressure. I'm watching from Corpus Christi. No rain right now, but plenty of wind, which is normal. Yeah. Yeah, Corpus Christi, I think that you guys are good. You're going to get some more wind. The wind is going to pick up. You're going to get some more rain, but I think the biggest impacts are going to stay off to your north and to your east. That may change, so stay tuned with me here. Let's check out what's going on here. This is Galveston. Let me pull up the radar here. So Galveston, Texas is looks to me like they're getting quite a bit of some rain and wind there. They're quite a ways away from the central area of rotation though. So I'm trying to see if that's some of the wind bands or rain bands coming in. Yeah, look at this. Okay, so that's what it looks like in Galveston, Texas right now. And if we come over here to the radar view, this is what the radar looks like. So this big band that's coming through right here is actually packing a punch with what looks to me like certainly tropical storm force wind gusts and some blinding rain. So even if you're outside of the main area of circulation there, from Galveston into all the way up into Houston, we're going to see some pretty intense storms come through that'll drop a really quick amount of rain and possibly some gusty winds as well as we continue to watch this camera here. Dang. I don't know. We were looking at this camera not too long ago, and it wasn't like it's a very low quality camera. So that I don't know if that's over exaggerating the rainfall rate there, but I'm telling you, those high P-watt values are going to cause abnormal amounts of rain to come from seemingly normal storms here on radar. So, dang. Holy cow, that thing is tracking right for Houston. Yeah, so if you're downstream here, if you live in Houston, Texas, this is what's coming for you. Definitely, obviously, we don't know for sure how fast the winds are blowing there, but it's moving stuff around. It looks like it's moving that light pole around, certainly moving the camera around. I would say that tropical storm force winds are pretty... that's a pretty good guess as to what kind of winds we're experiencing here. But it's going to be a quick hitting thing, okay? This is going to move through and then kind of clear out here in just a couple minutes. And the same thing's going to happen over there in Houston as well. So, And you'll see multiple instances of this if you're in Houston and Galveston and places over in that area. As the day continues, as that circulation around Tropical Storm Nicholas continues to try to expand and deepen, you'll see multiple bands like this come over you, and it'll get really bad for a minute, and then it'll let up, and then it'll get bad for a minute, and then it'll let up. What about west of Houston, Ryan? Let me look at west of Houston for you. On the radar here. Go back over to radar scope. So here's Houston. Once again, that big rain band that we were just looking at. You can still see it above my head there. That's going to be coming up to Houston. Now, as of right now, it doesn't look like that's going to affect places very far west of Houston. I would say Katy, you guys are going to get a decent little storm coming through, maybe all the way over to Alleyton. But even further west than that, we're talking about Garwood, Gonzales, Yoakum, all these places west of Alleyton and Garwood there. I don't think that this is going to affect you guys as much as it will affect Houston and Rosenberg and Katy there. So, yeah, as of right now, there will be more bans that happen in the future. So don't let your guard down. It's not over yet.
Barricades, bring 6 barricades.
Come back here to the camera view. Yeah, that looks intense. Unfortunately, today we don't have any live storm chasers on the ground. We do have Reed Timmer, who said he's going to work with us and send us some video updates and stuff every once in a while, but we don't have any constant live feeds. If you guys watched the last stream, we had a storm chaser, Vince, on the ground the whole time, and we could constantly go check in on where he was and what's going on there. And we called him, we interviewed with him, and I think during low profile events like this, that's probably not going to be a thing. But in the future, during major weather events, we'll always have 2 or 3 storm chasers on the ground. So we'll be able to, have somebody in, for example, in Galveston, have somebody in Corpus Christi, have somebody in Port Arthur, any of these places, and kind of continue to, give updates in that way. Oh, I didn't even see Steph was in here. Steph says, husband, you're doing a great job, but it's time I go back to molding the minds of the future scientists. See you guys later. Stay safe. Thank you, Steph. Yeah, Steph is a teacher, for you guys that didn't know. My wife, she's at school right now. She's molding the minds of future scientists. I like that. Who's going to be the next scientist that comes out of your classroom? That's cool. Guys, we have 1,876 people watching right now. Please make sure you're remembering to share this, like this, subscribe to the channel and all that stuff so we can get this out to as many people as possible. There's not a lot of information coming out of here, guys. There's not a lot of pictures, not a lot of videos. We've went over the forecast quite a bit already. My job here is getting close to being done, unless you guys have specific questions that you want to answer or that you want answered. So please go ahead and drop them. Drop them for me, okay? We can make this very informative just by looking at the camera here and answering questions and going back and forth to the radar. Is it increasing in strength? So as of right now, I don't think so. As of right now, I think that it's kind of maintaining its strength. But there's a chance that we could end up seeing this thing increase in strength before it's all said and done. It really just depends on how long it stays over water, and it depends on how long it takes for that center area of circulation to defeat some of that shear and get some of this convection to wrap around it here. Okay, you can see it's trying to. Some of these storms are trying to come around here, but until we see these actually make it all the way around and form a big, nice couplet here, we are not going to see any sort of rapid intensification. So I do think that it could intensify, but how much is it going to intensify? I don't know. Any eye location on consonant? I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about the storm over in the Pacific, we don't have that pulled up right now. I can be a storm chaser from my backyard in Houston. Absolutely, man. Anytime, any of you guys, if you're in the affected area and you can do so safely, absolutely. Snap a picture or a video, send it to me on Twitter, and I will share it with you here on the stream. I will share it with everybody here on the stream. Hey, Ryan, I'm in Southwest Houston and a licensed drone pilot. I have a waterproof drone. I just took it up 400 feet, and I can see a real horrible band coming up in my direction, but so far, no flooding. Yeah, if you're in Houston with your drone there, you probably just saw this bad boy coming through. If you look above my head, Galveston just had it come through. We were watching it come and bring some big-time rain and wind there. But, yeah, it's coming to Houston next, and I would say it'll be there in, I don't know, half an hour, maybe 45 minutes. So that's going to bring some decent rain with it, and definitely some really strong wind gusts. So League City, you're next in line, okay? Thompson's, Greatwood, Sugarland, Pearland. I hope I'm saying that right. South Houston. It's coming from the south points north. So make sure you're ready for some tropical storm wind gusts and very heavy rain as this outer band of Tropical Storm Nicholas is literally flinging right towards you.
572 to 531.
Betty said, this is literally the best weather channel. No joke. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I gotta figure out a way to keep this room cooler, man. I get hot in here. Let's see here. A tree just fell in Galveston. I don't have any official storm reports coming in yet, but I believe you. I believe you 100%. I believe you, certainly. Let's see here. So this is a baby storm. Yes, this is a baby storm. This is not a hurricane. This is a tropical storm. Really, the thing that we're most worried about here is going to be the rain, which I've talked about that extensively in this live stream so far. How far inland will it go? Not very far. It'll be a tropical storm all the way until it gets past Houston, and then around there it'll probably fizzle out. Hey Ryan, I'm in the bullseye of the storm, Port Lavaca, Texas. Do you know approximately what time it will hit? I don't. I would say probably the most likely time for you to experience some of the bigger impacts are going to be later this evening around 6 to 8 p.m. Ryan, make your own cable TV channel so people can watch you. Why would I do that? I'm happy right here on YouTube, man. I'm happy right here on YouTube. Put some more fans in there. Another jug of water. I have to like constantly chug water in here. Now, I'm not going to do any more fans. I don't want too much noise. I'm going to put a whole separate cooling system in here, though. Probably later this week. What options do you have as leaving doors open? So I can leave this door open behind me here on a day like today. But I mean, I'm doing this from my house, you know what I mean? So on this level of the home, we have right next door the nursery where the baby sleeps. So like in a situation where we're doing this at past 7 p.m., that door has to be closed. Glad you found your glasses. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be wearing the glasses from now on during live streams, 100%. It's just the contacts, they dry up way too easily out here. Will a Category 6 ever be possible? Maybe one day. Right now, the Category system, it doesn't matter how strong the storm is. It can only go up to a Category 5. So, you know, maybe if there's a storm that's so strong, the National Hurricane Center says we're going to invent a new category. Maybe. I don't know. I doubt it, but I don't know. I just spoke with the harbor master on Clear Lake. He says everything's fine. Power's still on. That's good to know. That's good to know. If there's no return in that room, then leaving a door cracked would absolutely help the room not become pressurized. There is a return in this room. When this room was built, this was thought of. You know, I didn't know for sure exactly how many monitors I would have, but I knew that this room would be used for work, and I would have computers in here. So there is a return. It's just, you know, when you get to this level of this many monitors, and you guys can't even see them all in this, there's more on that side of the window. It's too much. It's too much. So actually, if you can't tell, these two monitors are turned off. This PC went through an auto updating cycle. I have to get those monitors turned back on to monitor the radar over there. So I'm going to do that real quick. I'm going to pause the stream. I'm not going to pause it. I'm going to turn on the Be Right Back screen once again, and then I'm going to, you know, just get up and stretch my legs here for a little bit, and don't go anywhere. Okay, it's currently 12:36 p.m. on the East Coast, and I don't plan on stopping this live stream until a little bit later. Okay, when I come back, we'll do some more Q&A. We'll go through the forecast once again. We'll check out the radar, the satellite. We'll check out everything that's going on, and yeah, don't go anywhere. Share this on Facebook, share this on Twitter. Let's get more people in here, and I will be right back. Actually, let me make sure this is still working. Yeah, there we go. Real quick before I go, once again, I want to say thank you to Gary Miller for being our newest member. And let's see here. We're at 87,184 subscribers right now. Let's see if we can get to 87,200 before I get back. Slap that subscribe button. All right, let's go.
Go ahead. Just to clarify, XC914, you're clear. X91 transportation.
You did it. 87,200. There we go. There we go. I'm back. I got the computers working again. We're back here cooking in the in the stream room here. Somebody said that the power was out in Galveston. Let's go to poweroutages.us. We do have quite a bit of power outages in Texas, but yeah, in Galveston County, there's about 138 people without power. So I don't know. I don't think that's a widespread outage, unless this is a little bit of outdated information. Here's the look at the power outages there in Texas. You can see here 169 out in Matagorda. Let's see here, 1,000 people out in San Patricio counties. Way up here in Panola County, though, there's 725 people without power. So if we come back here, we still have a lot of people without power down here in southeastern Louisiana from Hurricane Ida. Look at this, 20,000, 18,000. There's still 117,000 people without power in Louisiana from Hurricane Ida. And technically, really, that's more than likely probably 250,000 people if you consider the fact that this only counts households, and there's more than likely at least 2 people in each household. So yeah, it's crazy. You know, that was a while ago, and it looks like some of these people still won't have power for a while to come. So you know, it's an unfortunate situation. I don't think we're going to have any widespread power outages like that from Nicholas, thankfully. Here in Texas, I do expect that we will have some power outages along the coast here, especially, you know, in Brazoria County, Galveston County, wherever that center of circulation crosses onto land on the eastern side. There's going to be some winds that can take down power lines, but it should be resolved relatively quickly, in my opinion, I think. So that's what we've got going on right now with the power outage situation. I want to say thank you to Tina Underwood for being our newest member. Thank you so much, Tina. And once again, thanks to everybody who has subscribed today. We're up to 87,216. Really appreciate it. This stream has really been just a test. Okay, I wanted to stream to kind of test out the new setup here. I've got a lot of new things going on. I think everything's working pretty well. Everything is going the way I expected it to go. Yeah, I appreciate you guys for being a part of this. I'm not going to end it right now. I'm going to stay on here for quite a bit of a while longer. But once again, this isn't a huge hurricane. This is not a major hurricane. We're just here. We're tracking it at real time. And then as this gets closer to land, and maybe we start seeing some, you know, more warnings and updates from the Hurricane Center and stuff, I will relay those to you. Okay. So at this point, I'm just kind of monitoring chat. If you guys have any questions or anything you want to relay to me, let me know. And then we'll be going back and forth between the satellite and the radar and everything as we continue to watch everything that's going on. Okay. Also, of course, we've got cameras out there. Here's Galveston. That's looking a lot better. That is looking a lot better than what it was just looking like not too long ago. We had that big band come through, producing some big-time wind gusts there and some heavy rain, but that has since moved on by. Here we are down here in Boca Chica, Texas, okay? This is the SpaceX Center down there. They were experiencing some pretty heavy rain and winds earlier from Tropical Storm Nicholas, but that has since moved on. Here we are. I think this is another area near Galveston. I'm sorry, this isn't Galveston. This is the Aransas area there, a little bit further south and west. And then this is another view of Galveston there. So you can see the waves are coming in. We've got already some storm surge happening, but it is possible that we will see 3 to 5 feet of a storm surge inundation later today in this area. Okay, so that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Got a lot of information coming in from all over the place. I'm going to be browsing Twitter as well to try to see if there's any new pictures or videos or updates from storm chasers that are out there. Once again, Reed Timmer is out there somewhere, and I haven't really heard anything from him. But he is supposed to be, if he gets himself inside of the storm there, he is supposed to be sending us some updates as we go forward. So we'll probably hear from him within the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. Nismo, thank you so much for sending me that video, man. He sent me a video from his house, I guess. This is going to be from Spring, Texas this morning with a small rainstorm from Tropical Storm Nicholas. So yeah, anytime you guys have stuff like this, pictures and videos you want to share with me, you want me to share on stream here, send them to me, okay? Only do it if you can do so safely. Don't put yourself in harm's way just to send me a video. But thank you for sending that, man. It looks like that was a decent little rain shower there. They are going to get worse, okay? I've talked about it all day today. The precipitable water values in this storm are off the charts. So anytime you get yourself underneath a thunderstorm, it's going to be a little bit more intense than a normal thunderstorm, all right? And if we go to the radar view once again, you can see that we still do have new convection popping up there. You can see some of those hot towers popping up right there in the last couple frames. And that's happening right near the center area of circulation. So we'll see if those wrap around the center or not. But even if they don't, once again, this thing is going to be a storm, a tropical storm or low-end hurricane that affects southeastern Texas. No matter if this turns into a Category 1 or not, if it's a tropical storm or a Category 1, it's going to have pretty much the same impacts for you. And that's what we've been talking about today. That was a really impressive spike there in those last couple of frames. Look at that. That's a big tower that has just popped up here, and that's a sign of intensification, don't get me wrong, but we have to see that wrap around that center of circulation before we can go ahead and say that we're experiencing some sort of rapid intensification here. Here's another view of the radar as that big band of heavy wind and rain is moving through League City now. Okay, so we watched this go through Galveston. It was pretty intense when it went through. And now it's moving through League City, and it'll be to Houston within probably 20 or 30 minutes or so. So, you know, we're probably going to see some 40, maybe even 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this and some really heavy rain. So make sure you're ready for that if you're in the Houston area. And, yeah, this is what the whole thing looks like down here. You can kind of, we can a little bit better see that central area of circulation on the radar here. If we switch down to the Corpus Christi radar, we might get a little bit of a better view of it here. Not really. It's still kind of hard to tell exactly where the exact center is, but it's trying, okay? It's trying to wrap up. There's a couple that's trying to form here, but as of right now, this is still looking like a general tropical storm as we go forward, all right? Will anything residual come up near the Dallas area? That's tough. It's possible. It's possible that some stuff comes up towards Dallas, but I'm not 100% convinced that you guys are going to get anything significant at all. Do you think flights will be canceled from Houston tomorrow? More than likely not. I guess it depends on your exact flight and if there's an area of training thunderstorms that are going over the city there. But I would say not, more than likely. Once again, if you're just now tuning in and you're wondering what's going on here, we are live tracking Tropical Storm Nicholas as it approaches landfall. I don't know if we'll be able to track this thing all the way to landfall. It looks like it's kind of slowing down. We do think that it's going to move on to shore maybe later tonight around 8 p.m. or maybe a little bit after that. But all the way up until I end the stream here, we're going to be constantly relaying the latest forecast data from the National Hurricane Center, from the forecast models, and also from myself here as I continue to interpret all the different information that's coming in. We do have, outside of the wind and rain threat we have with this tropical storm, we do have a decent tornado threat today as well. Okay, so once this thing does move on to land and that southeastern quadrant of the storm can freely make it onto land, that's going to be a little bit of a time after the central area of circulation makes it onto land. But once that gets there, we could see some tornadoes tonight in the Houston area, all the way over into the Port Arthur area, into maybe even southwestern portions of Louisiana. So keep that in mind as well. What are your predictions for the North Houston area? Pretty much the same thing as the rest of Houston. The further north and west you are, though, the less rain, or I'm sorry, the less wind you're probably going to get. But all of Houston has the potential still to see 6 to 10 inches of rain today from this pretty dangerous storm that's coming through. Just because this is a tropical storm and not a hurricane, it does not mean that we're looking at something that's not potentially going to be a bad deal. You know what I mean? The flooding is going to be a pretty serious situation here. Additionally, we have the problems with tornadoes and stuff. So I'll get more into that right here in a second. I'm trying to pull up the latest information from the National Hurricane Center so I can go over that with you again. It's an important part of the story here. Okay. So we don't have a new update yet. This is still this 10 a.m. CDT advisory here, but let's go ahead and take a look at it. The National Hurricane Center says Tropical Storm Nicholas is still having sustained winds at 60 miles an hour. And it's moving north at 12 miles per hour. Okay, so it's moving in this general direction up there towards the south and west of Houston. Let me give you some more direct names. Okay, so like the Port Lavaca area, the Palacios area. I hope I'm saying that right. And south of Lake Jackson, that's where we're expecting the landfall to occur here, but possibly once again later on this evening. And once it makes landfall, it's likely going to be a strong tropical storm or a low-end hurricane with winds around 60 to 65 miles an hour and wind gusts maybe around 75 miles an hour or higher, causing some power outages and down trees and just the general nuisance stuff from them 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This isn't going to be a major hurricane. We're not expecting evacuations. We're not expecting massive amounts of terrible things happening. Really, the biggest problem that we're expecting out of this is because of how slow it's moving and because of how much moisture is associated with it. On the southeastern side, we're going to see a lot of flooding. Okay, so Houston, all of Houston, north, south, east, western Houston, you're under the gun for a lot of rain here. Galveston area all the way up into eastern Texas and western portions of Louisiana. I think you guys are going to see a whole heck of a lot of rain. Additionally, storm surge, okay? 3 to 5 feet of storm surge between Port O'Connor and San Luis Pass. Once again, I'm not great with the names down here. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. The Matagorda Bay is going to see 3 to 5 feet. The Galveston Bay is going to see 2 to 4 feet. And once again, that's not a terrible amount of storm surge. But I know for a fact that there are some places down here where 5 feet of storm inundation, that's the level above normal on the ground level that it's going to be. I know that's going to cause some flooding in some neighborhoods and areas down there. So just make sure you're prepared for that. If you're right in this corridor right here, you're going to see some big-time storm surge that could cause some problems for you. Additionally, rain. It's going to rain very hard. 6 to 10 inches of rain possible from areas just north and east of Corpus Christi all the way through the greater Houston area and then into Lake Charles as well. And that's going to cause a bunch of problems with really heavy rain. Populatious. Okay. All right. Once again, I'm sorry about the mispronunciations of the names. It's always a part of the show here. But yeah, that's what the National Hurricane Center is showing as far as rain goes. And then, of course, we have that moderate risk of flash flooding and then a high risk down here in between Corpus Christi and Galveston with, once again, very incredible amounts of rain possible today. Let's go back to the web browser here. We'll switch over to our weather models. We're going to go back down into the south central portion of the United States, and we're going to refresh here, see if there's any new data. Nope, this is still the 12Z. But I can show you guys exactly what I'm talking about here as this storm is going to approach the Matagorda Bay there, make landfall somewhere around that, the bay and the ports around there. I'm trying to see exactly at what time. I'm thinking, if you want to keep up with the time, by the way, it's always going to be up there above my head. I'm thinking 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., somewhere in there is when this thing's going to make landfall. Unless we see another big shift, in what we've got going on here, I think that's going to be the case. And what I'm also talking about here, as far as the tornado threat goes, it's this quadrant of the storm that is going to cause the waterspouts and the tornadoes. And, you know, obviously tonight around 9 p.m., most of that's going to be out to sea, but some of that quadrant of the storm makes it onto land around 5 a.m., and that's when we could start seeing a little bit of a tornado problem there from Houston points east, okay, all the way to the Port Arthur area. So, and then, of course, that's going to continue to be a problem, especially, I think, right here in Louisiana and Mississippi as we go on Wednesday. And that's going to bring some heavy rain and some storms. And this is actually showing a much quicker moving storm, actually, than what we were looking at earlier. So if the NAM's right, that's going to be a worst case scenario for the tornado situation over here, but a best case scenario for maybe some lighter rainfall totals over there. Let's go back to the Euro here. And let's talk about those rain totals. Once again, 15 inches of rain around the Houston area, points north and points south. Additionally, around the Lake Charles area, 15 inches of rain possible there. That's going to cause some significant flooding. Once again, life-threatening flash flooding is the main concern today as we continue to watch all of this unfold. Main concern, flash flooding. PH says, I don't like this track for West Houston in the Katy area. It seems like the Columbus, Brookshire area could get an eye center. That is possible. Okay, so the technical eye of this tropical storm could go right over Houston or the western Houston area. But I want you to really understand now that it's not going to be that bad. Okay, this is a tropical storm. It might be a low-end hurricane, but definitely by the time it gets all the way up there close to Houston, it's going to be a tropical storm. And the main thing we're worried about here is the rain, okay? The winds we can handle, okay? We can handle the 50, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The storm surge, for the most part, I think we can handle. What we may not be able to handle, and what's going to end up probably causing this to be a pretty devastating situation for some localized areas down here, is the potential for 10 inches of rain or more in a very short period of time. And some of these models have been spitting out big numbers like 20 or 30 inches. So if that happens, almost certainly we're going to be, talking about some, bad stuff. But it's my job here not to scare anybody. I think that even if this does rapidly intensify from where it is right now, the hurricane, the winds and stuff, that's not going to be our biggest problem. It's going to be the rain and all of that stuff. We just had a few minutes of wild wind and hard rain in League City. Yeah, that was one of the outer bands from Tropical Storm Nicholas there. It went through Galveston earlier, and we watched it on a camera, and it looked pretty gnarly as it went through.
143.
I guess someone hydroplaned into Reed Timmer's car just a few minutes ago.
I'll be leaving the county right away.
Really?
48605.1. 48605.1.
Really? That would explain why I haven't heard from him. How do you know that?
Okay.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Dangerous! Around that new center that has jumped off to the east. Whoa!
Oh. Oh my
Life-threatening
goodness.
surge, 2 to 4 feet minimum, maybe 5 feet, especially if it gets up to that hurricane strength form.
I see that now. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, so Reed Timmer, guys, he's supposed to be working with us today on on a level of you know, sending us updates and stuff. And I was wondering why I haven't heard from him. And it looks like he was involved in a little bit of an accident out here. So that is that's unfortunate. He's okay. It looks like everybody's okay. Let me I'll show you real quick. He was live streaming here on Facebook. Go follow him on Facebook and watch his live streams. He'll be out there all day today.
Lady just hit me. A little bit
See
of an
that?
eye wall starting to form. Whoa!
Looks like the person over there on the right, hydroplane clipped right into him. And they've been...
Really bald tired.
Yeah, I guess they've been working on it ever since, trying to get that figured out. But he's moving again. He's working. Everyone's fine. But yeah, wow, that just shows you, man. These people out here that storm chase. You know, I do it sometimes, but these people that storm chase, the most dangerous thing that can happen is you know, accidents on the road. The hurricanes are the least of your worry. The tornadoes are the least of your worries. The most dangerous part about storm chasing is just being on the road with other people, especially during you know severe weather events where it's raining and there's water ponding on the road and stuff. So, yeah, that's a really dangerous part of you know, storm chasing, and that's why I really look up to those guys and really respect them here. I only storm chase a couple months out of the year. Usually it's May and June, and I go out to the plains and I try to, you know, get them tornadoes. I never do hurricanes, but yeah, there's a lot of things that can go wrong out there on the road. I've had my own experiences with that, being in accidents and stuff while storm chasing.
We're on the way.
Somebody said people in Houston are bad drivers. Anytime it rains, you best stay home. Yeah. Let's see here.
She's stating that
Too many nutty drivers. Yep. Yeah, I was. If you guys are curious, like I was saying, I was involved. One of the first storm chases that I went to. Out in Texas earlier this year, I was involved in a car accident, and I've got the whole video here on the YouTube channel. So if you go to my YouTube page, it's the top video. It's the top one, and that was a really bad situation. That could have been really bad because we were like both the vehicles were going like 60 miles an hour and towards each other. You know what I mean? So. It's really scary when you're out there. Not the tornadoes are not the scary part. It's the drivers and the road conditions and you know, stuff like that.
We have a car off the roadway up against the pole. Is that going route? Delta 30 traffic. 230, go ahead. I'll be cross town.
And the reason I don't chase hurricanes is because I think I'm providing more of a useful surface here. Okay, during Hurricane Ida, we had almost 1 million people watch the stream. I don't think there's ever a situation where I'm storm chasing in Hurricane Ida, and 1 million people tune into that. And even if they do, the information that I'm giving them there isn't as useful as what I'm doing here. I mean, we have storm chasers on this show. And then on top of that, we do the radar analysis and stuff like that. So I just think that as much as I would love to be out there, I think that what I'm doing here is a little bit more useful, and I'm trying to make sure people are informed and all that stuff. The rotating thunderstorm on the radar. Yeah, I think that the central the central area of low pressure is right here. So it's went this way a little bit, and now it looks like it's coming back up to the north and west. So we'll continue to watch that. Still think that we're going to see a landfall here somewhere south and west of Freeport and north and east of Rockport, somewhere in that general vicinity. But you can see here on the radar, it looks like it might be tightening up a little bit, man. Looks like we might see a little bit of a core trying to form there. We'll see.
Engineer. I saw lift assist 7959 Honeywood Trail number 53 Crystal Creek Apartments. I saw lift assist
Phantom. There wasn't a million people concurrently watching, but overall, there were a million people that saw it. An eye wall is forming. Technically, yeah, there's a core forming here in the central part of the storm. Wouldn't call it an eye wall yet. Let's take a look at it on satellite. Let's go to visible blue. Yeah, there's no real clearing just yet. Last scan was from 110, so this is up to date. What we're seeing is this big new area of convection that just blew up. Let me switch over here to the radar for you. This big new tower that just blew up right next to that low pressure center. And what's happening is it's circulating around now on the southwestern side. So, this is what I was talking about earlier. If this storm can crank around it, it might have found an area here that has less wind shear that's going to tear these things apart. Okay, so this is the prime time. This is when we find out right now whether or not this thing is going to intensify or not. And I think we've got a much better view here on the radar scope, so I'm going to leave that up as we continue to watch our storm form.
436 Fall 7959 Honeywood Trail.
Do you think it has hit the criteria now for rapid intensification? I don't think so, no. I wouldn't call this rapid intensification just yet. But I do think that certainly this is a potential hurricane. I think that before the day is over, we could be calling this Hurricane Nicholas, Category 1 for sure.
Yes, you can get it.
So the squall line is hitting Sugarland now. Yeah, so if there's anybody just now tuning in, up here near Houston, big old squall line, big old outer band from Tropical Storm Nicholas is heading right towards you. It looks like it might be losing some steam right before it gets into Houston, but it's picking up steam over here in Baytown, Beach City, Oak Island. I would watch out there near Highlands, Old River, the Cove, Dayton, Winnie, Stovall, all these places over here in Texas. Make sure you're ready for this, because I'm telling you right now, we watched this thing go through Galveston on the live cameras, and it was a beast. It's got some big-time winds in there, heavy, heavy rain. But it'll be over in a flash, okay? That's moving really quickly. But there's more to come. There will be more bands that form on this and come north as we go later on into the evening.
Who was that, sir? Well, I think he's out with 462.
I wonder if we'll have a 2% tornado threat tomorrow. I think so. I would actually be surprised. Well, I guess it depends on how fast this storm moves. I think the Storm Prediction Center, if they haven't already done that, they haven't. But I think what they're waiting for is likely... Oh, they have. There's a 2% tornado risk tomorrow in southern Louisiana and southeastern Texas. But I think that could go up to a 5% if this storm actually speeds up a little bit and takes that lower level jet stream kink, that little trough up, and injects it off to the north and east. I think we'll definitely see some tornadoes there in southeastern Texas and southern Louisiana, maybe even eastern portions of Louisiana into western Mississippi as well. By the way, speaking of the Storm Prediction Center, I might as well show you this as well. This is what we're looking at here. We've got a slight risk of severe weather today in Minnesota through Michigan or Wisconsin. I talked about that earlier. We also have some storms popping up over here in Pennsylvania down into the New Jersey area. And additionally, we also have that increased risk for severe weather down here in Texas. If we look at the tornado threat, that's a 5% chance of tornadoes there between Corpus Christi and the Port Arthur area. So once again, once that storm comes onto land and that southeastern quadrant of the storm is working across the shoreline there, we're going to see multiple water spouts clouds that may try to maintain their strength as they work onto land, and that's what we're looking at there. Tomorrow, we have a slight risk of severe weather up here in Michigan and Indiana and parts of Illinois. That'll probably be upgraded to a slight risk as well down here in Texas and Louisiana. And then day 3, we have a slight risk. This is a big cold front that's going to be coming through and merging with some of the moisture from Nicholas to cause some severe weather in Maine through New England, all the way down into the Appalachian Mountains in Ohio and Pennsylvania. We'll have to watch that. I think that's going to be expanded. That might actually end up becoming an enhanced risk as well. And then after that, I think we're a little bit quiet for a little while. So that's what that's looking like right now. Roxy, thank you so much for becoming a member. Really appreciate it. I think that's 504 now, right? Yep, 504 members. Thank you, Roxy, for being our newest member. We're at 87,262 subscribers. I really like the stream information panel. I think that's a nice addition to the encompassing view there that we've been looking at. Here's what Galveston looks like right now. This is what the Starbase looks like. There, we might as well turn this camera off because this storm has just completely cleared off on the west side, and it looks like there's nothing going on there. This is the Port Aransas area, and then this is also going to be near Galveston there. So that's what we're looking at as far as all of our cameras go. And I might try to find some more right here in a second. It's not a category anything. Right now it's still a tropical storm. We have had a pretty active season so far this year, yes, and it's looking like it's going to continue to be active as we go, later on into the future.
Yes, they said it was an assist only.
So, Mass Dog, you are back home now. I see. Well, at least you're home.
One moderate damage, 3 patients, all green, refusing at this time. 455.
So Reed Timmer is okay. I got confirmation. He's okay. He's back out and about. Oh boy. All right, so the Weather Prediction Center has expanded their high risk. Let me go. Let me show you guys this.
302 checking.
WPC forecast. Oh wow.
We're at the station.
So I was showing you earlier how the Weather Prediction Center had a very small high risk of flash flooding and excessive rainfall down here. Now they have expanded that, and it does include the southeastern portion of Houston now. Unfortunately. Let me see if I can't get a better view of that.
506.
Yeah, there we go. So this is the brand new update from the Weather Prediction Center. Once again, high risk of flash flooding and excessive rainfall. Once again, from the north and from the Matagorda Bay all the way through southeastern Houston, all the way through Galveston, right up to the Texas and Louisiana border there near Port Arthur. So that is what we're dealing with now. And that tells me that the Storm Prediction Center, all these weather agencies are now probably more on board with the path of this thing taking a little bit of a slower path and not ejecting off to the north and east and causing as much of a tornado problem in Louisiana and Mississippi. So if you're in that purple there, you got to get ready for the rain, man. I know it sounds ridiculous. It's just rain, right? Well, no. Okay, this is going to be quite a significant rainstorm. This is going to cause some pretty bad flash flooding. It's been a while since you guys have seen flooding like what we're probably going to see out of this. So just make sure you take it seriously and take whatever precautions are necessary for you to make sure that this doesn't impact you too terribly there. Do you think the rain totals will be much higher than 15 inches? I don't think so. I don't think that there will be widespread totals higher than 15 inches, but I certainly think there will be isolated areas that see close to 20 inches, or maybe even more than that.
Information complainant's going to be standing outside wearing a blue Texan shirt.
Trying to spot out some questions and stuff in the chat. It's raining like crazy in San Antonio. Can we expect anything in Austin? Guys, in Austin and San Antonio and College Station, Dallas, all these places, you will see the outside effects of this storm. No doubt in my mind that you won't see the outside effects of this storm. But the really intense rain, the really intense winds and stuff, that's going to be way down to your south and to your east, okay? So you guys, San Antonio, you might get some much needed rain. I don't think you're going to deal with flash flooding, but you've been dry there for a while, so you're going to get a good soaking at some point during this, all the way into Austin as well. Aaron says, hey Ryan, love your channel, been a sub from the start, keep up the good work. Thank you, man, I really do appreciate it. Port Arthur, Texas is going to be, getting some of that really heavy rain. Possibly some really bad flash flooding, like possibly catastrophic flash flooding in some of these localized areas. Not everybody's going to see it. If Houston gets it, Port Arthur probably won't. If the Matagorda area gets it, Houston probably won't. This is going to, it really depends on exactly where those really heavy rain bands line up as this is making landfall. But there's the potential is there for really bad flash flooding from Houston all the way up into the Texas-Louisiana border, and then as far down as into just north and east of Corpus Christi there. So just make sure you are ready for it. Do I have video from Houston? Yeah, I think so.
343 I received.
This is Galveston. Let me see what else I got here.
Whenever you do it, it's not secure.
I got to work on my cable management. This is Houston. Yeah, this is Houston right here. It doesn't look like anything's came through just yet. But we are watching that that rain band getting ready to come through. And we'll keep it on the Houston cam for now. And I think I'm gonna bear with me here while I try to find a different camera from the Houston area as well, because I think we can leave the Starbase behind.
476, let me clear one DOA.
476, clear one DOA.
Lizzie, thank you. Do you do any PC gaming, Ryan? No, not really. I just I geek out on the weather. That's about all I do here in this room. This would be a nice a place to play games and stuff. I know, but I'm full on weather nerd here. We got more cameras from Galveston. I don't know if that's what we want though. Maybe another camera in Houston. No. Let's go up the coast a little bit here. There's really not a lot of cameras out here, man. Galveston, Texas Live Pier Cam.
Clear.
Bear with me, guys. I'm just working on getting new cameras up here. Every once in a while, you have to move your cameras as the storm moves. We've moved past the star base there. I don't think we need that one anymore. So I'm just kind of refreshing the feed here. And once again, this is going to be a lot more, you know, in the future whenever we have storm chasers working with us. I really think that all these cameras will be used for, you know, live feeds from the storm chasers. If you watched the last live stream there with Hurricane Ida, we had one storm chaser. I think in the future we'll have 2 or 3. So, yeah. So I've got there's a lot of different feeds coming from Galveston, so that's just going to have to be where we watch, I believe. That's fine with me, though. Yes, Reed Timmer is okay. Reed Timmer is perfectly fine. He got in a little fender bender there as somebody hydroplaned into his car as he was heading towards, you know, trying to, you know, intercept this storm. But he's okay, and we should, once again, we should get an update from him at some point.
455.
We're out of 2101 North 18th Street for a panic attack.
No problem.
198 over 6.
Once again, I do want to update you guys. I want to remind you that the Houston-Galveston area is now in a high-risk zone for excessive rainfall through Tuesday morning due to Nicholas. Per the National Weather Service, in Houston, high-risk days only make up about 4% of the forecasts, but are associated with 40% of all flood fatalities. That is a very interesting piece of information there. I just retweeted that. If you want to go look at that on my Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. So high-risk days in Houston only make up around 4% of the forecast. So, you know, 4% of the forecasts are high-risk days. That shows you how rare this is. But 40% of all flood fatalities happen on high-risk days. So, that, you know, I think a lot of times flooding is overlooked. I think it's you know, if it's not a high-risk tornado day or if it's not a major hurricane, people are like, whatever. But the fact of the matter is flash flooding kills way more people than tornadoes. Flash flooding is usually the thing that kills the most people in hurricanes. Flash flooding is probably the most dangerous thing that can happen in any kind of storm system. So it's important that we take that seriously, and that's why I've been harping on it so much over the past couple days. I've been making forecast videos every day. And, you know, I see the comments. Sometimes people are like, man, why are you freaking out so much about this storm? That, you know, it's just a tropical storm. And it's not that I'm freaking out. I just want to make sure that I do whatever I can to make sure that people understand how serious of a situation this is. I get it. It's just rain. But it's gonna cause some major impacts there for some people, okay? Patrick, I live in that building in the camera? Really? Wave at us. Come up to the window and wave at us, man. Where you at? Are you in this bit? You're in this one? Come wave at us, or like put something in the window that's like yellow or something. People greatly underestimate the power of flash floods. They think they can just drive through it, not realizing the road under it is washed out. Yeah. People underestimate flooding on all levels. A lot of times, and I think there were a lot of people that died in hurricane, or the remnants of Hurricane Ida in the Northeast up here in New York City and New Jersey. I don't know. I'm not even sure what the total count is right now, but there were quite a few people who passed away because of the flooding. Even though there were, there was a high risk of flooding issue, just like we're seeing right now for Houston and Galveston, and even though we had a flash flood emergency issued, and I think the problem is a lot of people, if they see a tornado warning or a tornado emergency, or if they hear the tornado siren, people generally take that seriously. But a flash flood warning, a flash flood watch, I mean, how many times have you been under a flash flood warning and nothing happened where you live? So I think that the National Weather Service, and people in my position need to probably try to work to figure out a better way to emphasize the risk associated with flash flooding, especially on days like today, where it's not just a normal risk; it's a high risk. It was around 60 people that died from Ida in the Northeast. That's crazy.
Yeah, family disturbance, 521 separation.
Yeah, wave a flashlight at us.
Oh, we see.
Call for engine 9 for commercial fire alarm at Southern Tire Mart, 7133I-37 access. Engine 9, 7133I-37 access at Southern Tire Mart for commercial.
All right, I'm turning back around.
Zone 3. For call fire dispatch at 1230.
So you can see there in the distance, we're looking at the camera here at Houston, and you can see that heavy rain band is working in now. But it's really not going to be as heavy as it is just to your east. In fact, the vast majority of the rain has already worked into the area, so I don't think we're going to see anything too intense here in Houston. If I take you over here to the radar, you can see how just at the last minute there, some of the heaviest portion of this rain band broke off before it went over Houston. Houston's right here. But off to the east there, Cloverleaf into Highlands, once again, from Cove all the way up to Crosby, you guys are going to see a lot of wind and a lot of heavy rain out of this. And in Houston, don't think that you've dodged a bullet. There will be another band that forms at some point, and it'll bring you all that heavy rain and stuff too. I believe the majority of the deaths caused by Ida were in the Northeast, which is wild. Yeah, that is wild. That's that's wild. But that goes to show you that, here we had a powerful hurricane, one of the strongest hurricanes that's ever hit Louisiana come through, and it caused fatalities and injuries and stuff. But the vast majority of the deaths happened from flash flooding much later on during the event. So flash flooding is needs to be taken more seriously, I believe.
61.
I'm running a mixture of Windows and Apple operating OS.
The complaint is going to be in the
I got
log waiting on you.
Mac back here. This is a PC with Windows. This is a PC with Windows. Both of these stations are capture carded. So that station back there, this station is capture carded into the main PC over here, which runs everything through OBS, and that's how the stream is produced. Let's look at the 3D and see what has developed. I like the way you think. Let's go back to the radar view there. And let's look at this 3D radar or satellite. I call this the radar because that's what I've got it labeled on my stream deck, but this is the satellite. 3D infrared. Well, I can go ahead and tell you just from looking at it this way, those convective towers are still popping up. And we've got another one forming now on the eastern side too. So if we take a look at the 3D view here, you can see that there's still a lot of new convection forming up there. That tells me that we are experiencing some strengthening, but is it wrapping around? Is it actually forming a core here? Are we having an eye wall forming around the center of circulation? That's the next question that we've got to answer. Let's go ahead and try to figure that out by looking at the radar. Right now, because of how, messy the upper levels are with the wind shear and stuff, we can't really tell a lot about what clearing is going on from the satellite. But we can tell pretty well here on the radar, and it does look to me like that eye wall or that central area of low pressure is trying to create a clearing. Some of that convection is trying to wrap around the center there, and we could see some intensification here as this tries to continue to move north. Not incredibly impressive right now, but still definitely more impressive than what we were seeing earlier. We've had quite a bit of a wobble too. Earlier this morning, the storm was down here, and then it kind of went this way, and now it's going this way. It looks like it's going back that way now. So it is wobbling back and forth quite a bit.
Did it come from Proctor?
I think it found a brief area with decreased wind shear, which is why we're seeing a little bit of intensification right now.
On scene, 2851 61st. Very much 3115 Central Boulevard, room 310 at the Holiday Inn.
Is that in Special Gardens or Nederland? Or pull out there?
Yeah, it is not a hurricane right now. This is Tropical Storm Nicholas. We do have airplanes out there getting some live reconnaissance data. Well, I think our last mission, it just left. So, yeah, it looks like the lowest pressure that they found was around 100 or 1,000 millibars. And the winds, there were some strong winds in that big convection bubble up there in the northern part. 76 at flight level. But still, nothing that would tell me that this is going to be upgraded to a hurricane. I don't know, though. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Do you think it can even reach a Category 2? I think that, obviously, there's still a chance that it could reach a Category 2, but the odds of that happening are extremely low. Extremely low. Hello, new sub from Houston. Nice setup and great content. I am also enjoying watching the weather, but I only have the weather channel until now. Okay. Yeah, I'll be your new weather channel. Thank you. There's still time for it to reorganize into a Category 1. Yes. Yes, I think that that's still a possibility. The further north that this goes without any sort of rapid intensification, the less of a possibility that becomes, but as of right now, it is still on the table. How much rain are you seeing for Lake Charles, Louisiana? I think that Lake Charles could be an area that sees more than 10 inches of rain once this is all said and done. It really depends on how slowly this moves, though. Definitely more than 6 inches of rain, almost. That's almost a guarantee at this point. Yeah, I think a high-end tropical storm or a low-end hurricane is definitely the reality that we're looking at here when this thing makes landfall, which should be later today.
Rescue 18 to a Acadian unit in route to the high school.
I'm in Spring Branch, Texas, and it just now started here. Yep. I'll also be surprised if it makes it to Cat 1, but I wouldn't be surprised. But I think that's on the upper echelon of the things that we can expect today.
Go ahead. Right now, emergent. We're going to just need you monitor when you get here.
What can potentially stall this system? You know what? Let's go ahead and let's look through the weather models again. I'll explain that to you one more time here before we end our update. Let me go to the weather models. Let me pull that up. We're going to go to the NAM 3-kilometer model. And we are going to look at the upper air wind and the wind shear. One second.
The thing that you're looking for is going to be wearing a white shirt and jeans with a pink purse.
Actually, we're going to look at the Euro. Okay, let me zoom out again too. Let me show you the entire United States. Okay, so here's the deal. All right, our storm, and bear with me here because it's hard to find a color that works on this map that you can see because there's so much stuff going on here. But what we're looking at here is the wind shear in knots. And wind shear tears apart hurricanes, okay? Wind shear usually is the #1 enemy of the hurricane. Hurricanes cannot punch through ridges. They cannot punch through troughs. They are completely dependent on those things around them as to what determines how strong they are and where they go. Even as powerful as hurricanes are, that's just the reality. And right here, we see this increased area of wind shear around our hurricane or our tropical storm Nicholas, which is down here. Now, right now, as this is wobbling through this portion of the Gulf of Mexico, you can see how there are little pockets, little areas of increased wind shear and also decreased areas of wind shear. Okay, so whenever it gets in those decreased areas, that's when we see those new convection bubbles pop up and then try to wrap around the center of circulation and try to give us some new storm progression here. But on the eastern side, there is wind shear. We've got a general direction of the winds that are moving this way. And you can see on the top right here in this big bubble, that is a big area of wind shear. That's we're talking about above 50 knots in some places there. And that is going to stop the hurricane from going any further north. And this area, this upper level flow of wind really doesn't move anywhere either. You can see that the hurricane tries to puncture it, or Nicholas tries to puncture it, but it just gets caught up in it. And it's just kind of like a wall here that's blocking off this thing from going any further north, and it's also keeping it from intensifying much more. Okay, if we didn't have this here, if we didn't have this feature here, what would happen is all this new convection, all this energy that's being put into the storm, rather than being lofted off onto the eastern side of the storm, like you can see here on the radar. Notice how there's hardly any precipitation on the western side. It's all on the eastern side. That's because that wind shear, that west to east motion, is carrying all that convection off to the east side on the storm. If that wasn't happening, that would be wrapping around the center of circulation, and we would have a major hurricane on our hands. But thankfully, we do have that wind shear in place that is causing the lesser chance of any sort of rapid intensification. But unfortunately, also thanks to that little blocking pattern there, we are going to see some major flooding out of this. So that's what we're talking about there.
We only have.
Even if it doesn't reach Category 1, folks, don't let your guard down. Either way, it is going to be a significant rain event near the mid to north coast of Texas. Yes, you are absolutely 100% right about that. The rain, I mean, I'm telling you right now, man, like the rain, some of the places that are going to get flooding out of this, like whoever ends up getting the most rain, it's going to impact you more than a Category 2 storm would, or a Category 1 storm. The flooding here is going to be very significant, more so than 75-mile-an-hour winds.
Amanda Collins.
27. Where's the caller right now?
I'm at A in Duncan. Get an officer over here.
Can you go outside the house?
When is the majority of the storm going to hit Corpus Christi? Right now. Once again, I want to emphasize that, if you're looking at this storm on radar, all of the major impacts are happening over here on the eastern side, and that's because of the wind shear that's carrying everything in this direction. On the western side, where Corpus Christi is right now, you guys are going to get intermittent showers, some heavy rain bands here and there, and it'll probably get worse before it gets better. But right now, this is probably about as bad as it's going to get. Okay, you got the next couple of hours, you'll have more rain bands come through. Those winds will increase, but thankfully, you're on the western side of this incredibly sheared storm, so most of the really bad impacts are going to stay off to your east there in Corpus Christi. Unfortunately, this is really bad news for Houston. Okay, because if this storm continues to go north, that eastern side is going to go right up into Houston and the Galveston area. Once again, I really do think we're looking at a really bad wind event here. Ryan, what's the water temperature in the Gulf right now? I can check on that for you. Give me just a second. SSTs. Sea surface temperatures. Let me come over here. Oceanic, Gulf of Mexico. So it's hot. It's hot. The Gulf of Mexico is burning up over here, exactly where Tropical Storm Nicholas is. And that's why, and that's one of the reasons why I'm saying that if this wasn't completely sheared off, I'm telling you, this thing would rapidly intensify. We'd be talking about another major hurricane making landfall here in the United States. But thankfully, thanks to that wind shear, it doesn't matter. The waters are really hot, and that's why we're seeing all those convective towers build up, all these new thunderstorms. We're seeing a lot of energy out here, but it's not organizing because the wind shear is taking it out. So we do see sea surface temperatures there well above 30 degrees Fahrenheit on the western Gulf of Mexico, and it's warm all the way up to the coast. So this thing's going to continue to try to intensify until it makes landfall. But unless that wind shear lets up, I don't think it's going to have much of the ability to actually make that happen. Now, here's something interesting too. Right here, north of the Yucatan Peninsula, all the way into the southeastern Louisiana area, into portions of the coast of Mississippi and Alabama and western Florida, you see how the water's a little bit cooler over here. And that's because Hurricane Ida. Hurricane Ida actually did some work with cloud cover and rainfall to cool the sea surface temperatures down quite a bit in some portions of the Gulf here. So, but this storm's really not affected by that as it's over here. What we hope doesn't happen is that these storms or these waters could warm back up before the next storm comes in, because there's conservation of energy is a thing that you have to worry about in physics, whether you're talking about hurricanes or storms or anything. And usually when one big storm comes through a certain area of the ocean, it's very rare for another one to follow it, because a lot of the energy was used up by the first one. So yeah, I would say if we get another 2 weeks or so before another big storm comes through the central Gulf of Mexico there, it'll be right back to where it was with those really hot sea surface temperatures, and be ready and ripe for a new hurricane possibly. Jacob, thank you for the super chat. He says, hey Ryan, love your content. Been here since Fiddle Farters back in the spring with the tornado outbreak. Sending good vibes from Maine. Thank you so much, Jacob. I really do appreciate that. And I remember Fiddle Farters. That'll probably be something I never forget, honestly. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I don't even know if I can explain it to you. I seriously recommend airing up any and all air mattresses you have or can get if you're in the path of the flooding. My mom and I helped a Katrina evacuee rescue who was found floating on one. That's probably not a bad idea. Just do whatever you can to prepare for the flooding here. Certainly not expecting a widespread Katrina-like event. But, it just depends. Like, if you're in that one neighborhood that is extremely impacted by the flood, it doesn't matter if this is Hurricane Katrina all over again or not. It is going to be for you. So, if you're concerned about this, and if you want to do whatever you can to protect your life and property in this extreme flash flooding situation we're about to experience, that's probably not a bad idea at all. Thank you, Kitty, for that.
61, you just want this log?
We are going to get a new update from the National Hurricane Center here in just a couple minutes. And until then, we'll stay on the radar here. We want to watch and see. What's happening with that central circulation. It still looks a little sloppy to me, but we're going to keep it there for right now. And we'll switch through our cameras too. By the way, here's Houston. This is Galveston Beach. That's one view of Galveston Beach. We also have, here's another view from Galveston on one of the piers. So we got a lot of views from Galveston. And then here's another view of Galveston. That's pretty much all I can find right now. Houston. Somebody told me in the chat earlier that they lived in one of these buildings. So I need you to go find a laser pointer or something and point it at this camera so we can interact with you here. That would be funny.
It's going to be inside of a 3-sided shed.
Looks like a new eye is forming. Yeah, you can kind of see the rotating central area there, but I wouldn't call that an eye just yet, man. You can see the rotation. You can see that it's trying to intensify, but we really got to see that northern part of the convection start to wrap around the other side before I start calling that an organized core.
I mean, they're trying to. He's lost himself in itself.
Be advised 14 that he is a violent offender. He's been handled for resisting, etc.
George Henry Zebra 4018.
This storm will likely continue inland all the way up until it gets to portions of Mississippi and then die out. There are some models that are saying that it could go even further than that. But there's a big cold front coming from the northwest that's going to meet up with it, and that's going to bring some severe weather into the East Coast and the Ohio Valley and places. And that, I think that's going to be the biggest impact that we get from Nicholas out here a little bit further inland.
4832.
Go ahead.
Do you think it'll be a Cat 1? It could very possibly be a Cat 1. I'm not 100% sure on that, though. Current wind speeds on here are going to be 60 miles an hour. We are getting ready to get a new update from the National Hurricane Center, though, so that information may change. That may change as we go forward. Define landfall, please. Center of low. Yeah. So wherever the lowest area of low pressure is in the center of the storm, whenever that makes it onto land, that is considered the official landfall. However, I personally count it whenever the eye wall, or whenever like the clear part of the eye, or the clearest part of the circulation makes it onto land. I call that landfall. But the National Hurricane Center won't call it until the lowest pressure makes it onto land.
Man, can you get an ETA on the K unit coming out here?
431 port out there, show us on tick.
And 36.
Here's your 2 to the station 4.
322 base A.
14, engine 14, medic 14.
Current miles per hour movement. Let me show you. I'll just show you the graphic here. We'll watch it as it. We expect it to update here within the next 10 minutes or so. Current, it's moving north at 12 miles an hour. Current sustained wind 60 miles an hour. And that's the current outlook right now. I am refreshing this constantly as I think we get a 1 p.m. CDT advisory. What happens if two hurricanes get close to each other? There's something called the Fujiwara effect. That's actually not very impressive. It's not as cool as what you think. It definitely doesn't turn into a super hurricane. They just kind of rotate around each other until the wind shear from that the action of that happening tears them both apart.
I have this supervisor here, all GPS online. Is it clear to confirm her to your cell phone?
Yeah, this is the 10 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. This is the track right here. This is what we're expecting this thing's going to do. As we go into the future, it's going to be into Louisiana there as a tropical depression sometime on Thursday. If it's going this slow, how come it moves fairly quickly on Tuesday? It's not. It's not expected to move any quicker. It's actually going to be pretty slow the whole time it's moving through here. This thing really wants to develop the Gulf heap. Yeah, I'm telling you, the Gulf of Mexico is hot right now. And you're right, it does want to develop. And if it can find a pocket of decreased wind shear, it probably will try to intensify a little bit.
Is that address?
We call back and stated that
go back down the street
the
with
subject
complaint.
clothing
It's all civil in nature.
one was going to be wearing all
273.
black clothing, also has a hat and a black backpack, and the second one is going to be wearing red shorts.
Fairfield Drive, 522 Fairfield Drive.
Yes, sir. I checked the Walmart. Didn't see anybody walking.
In a system such as this, the exact landfall isn't really that important because the winds circulating around the center are not enough to cause significant storm surge. That's true. That's true. Like, if you are concerned about exactly where this is going to make landfall, the only difference here is if this does, let's say this does increase up to a Category 1 hurricane, we get a little core there. Where it makes landfall, there's going to be slightly higher winds. That's it. Okay, there's going to be tropical storm force winds in a pretty decent area outside of that central eye wall, and the storm surge is going to be, you know, pretty similar because that small area of increased winds there near the eye wall isn't going to do a lot to change it. So, you know, everybody from Rockport through Lake Jackson all the way up to Galveston just needs to go ahead and prepare for a high-end tropical storm or a low-end hurricane. I think that's the smartest thing to do. Will it be anything like Harvey at rainfall? I don't think so. I don't think that this is going to be as much of a problem as far as like widespread rain goes as far as we talk about Harvey. Also, I don't think we'll see any of the same rain totals. However, it doesn't have to be Hurricane Harvey for it to cause another really bad flood, especially not in your neighborhood. Some localized areas are going to get 20 inches of rain or more, and that's going to lead to devastating flooding for some people. I just don't think that it's going to be as widespread as Harvey. But it could be just as bad in some places, just not everywhere. So just like if Harvey was bad for you, Nicholas may not be bad for you. But it could be. I know, typical weatherman. Typical weatherman. What are you telling me, man?
In reference to his call, so he's not going to be able to make it for about an hour or two.
You just go ahead and take it.
Is it going to hit Dallas or just Houston? Some of the outer bands, some of the outer areas of moisture may make it to Dallas. You might get a couple rain showers. It's definitely going to get a little bit cooler there as we go a little bit further into the future. But no, you're not going to get hit by this storm, not technically.
Medical alarm at the Club International.
1055-4968, 1055-4968.
You could do front walk.
And dispatch in reference to a PD alarm there. Possible it may be a malfunction. Continuing with traffic, go ahead.
Yeah, we can take a look at the radar. Are you talking about like the future radar? Yeah, let me zoom in on that for you. Let me show you that one more time here. NAM 3 kilometer. Let's look at just Texas here. Weather models. All right, we're looking at just Texas now. Surface precipitation, composite reflectivity type. This is what the radar could look like as we go forward. That central low pressure is going to come up right here near the Matagorda Bay area. Make landfall probably around 8 p.m. Right there around 8 p.m. Bring in heavy rain all the way into the Houston area. And look at, like, according to this model, and this could be correct, but this doesn't go very far inland. Like, this is really going to be a southeastern Texas kind of storm. But that's what it looks like there. That's what the full progression on radar could look like as we go later on into the day. It'll be a little bit different than that. It kind of nailed these outer bands there. But that's for the most part what we can expect later on, okay?
As fast as we can. Hey, Brian, do what you can to stall it for a little longer.
All right. So it's that time again on this stream. We've been going for 3 hours and 48 minutes now. We got 1,800 people in here, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you're continuing to hit the like button on this stream so that YouTube recommends it to the people who need to see it the most. Share this on Facebook and Twitter and all that good stuff. And subscribe to the channel. We've got 87,343 subscribers. You can see the live count right there below the stream information panel there. Let's see if we can't hit 87,400 by the time I get back from another short break. I've got somebody downstairs I've got to let in here. They're taking care of something for me. So once again, this is your at-home weatherman. Got to take care of at-home duties while I'm doing the weather here. So bear with me. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Keep sharing, keep liking, keep subscribing, and let's get that to 87,400 before I get back. Okay, give me about 5 minutes or so.
You want some drink?
en route to Station 3 to stand by.
They're still in the roadway. Says the other vehicle is not able to move.
Welcome back. Guys, thanks for bearing with me as I have to take these breaks. You know, just got stuff going on, you know. But I do thank you for your patience and for remaining here while we get everything together. And we are still tracking Tropical Storm Nicholas. Let me see here if we got anything new on this bad boy. Yep. All right. So we got a new update from the National Hurricane Center. Let's go ahead and check that out. NHC Web here. Tropical Storm Nicholas. It is still not a hurricane. Okay, Tropical Storm Nicholas. Current information here, it's still maximum sustained winds of 60 miles an hour, moving north at 12 miles an hour. Nothing has changed. Pretty much nothing has changed here, according to the National Hurricane Center. Now, you know, looking at radar, it looks to me like it might be trying to form a little bit of a core, but still not expecting a major hurricane today. We might see a landfalling Category 1 hurricane, and that's going to be the worst case scenario there, right near the Matagorda Bay. That's basically it. Like that's what we're talking about today. But now, outside of the winds, okay, outside of the winds and the storm surge, which are going to be marginal, the rain is going to be the number one threat out of this storm. Okay, if anybody's just now tuning in, this thing, you know, it's a tropical storm. I get it, but you cannot let your guard down. You cannot just disregard this thing, especially if you're around Houston, because the rain is going to be absolutely torrential tonight into tomorrow. Let's see here. Yeah, I like the chat today. I think that turn it on to subscriber mode helped out a lot. In the future, though, during big live streams like in the last one where we had 20,000 concurrent viewers, the members only mode will be activated most of the time. But in low profile events like this, we can keep it open to more people, and I always enjoy doing that. I really do. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and let's take another look at this on radar. Let's go back to the radar view here. And this is what we're looking at, okay? You see that circulation, you see the low pressure, you see Tropical Storm Nicholas, and you see all of the convection on the eastern side. That's because of all the wind shear that's coming through here and lofting all the upper layer of the clouds this way. And that's why we don't see a big hurricane today, okay? I'm telling you guys right now, this would have been a bad hurricane. This would have been bad news for southeastern Texas if we didn't have this wind shear. So thank goodness for that. Unfortunately, though, there is always a downside. And the downside is that the big blocking action that the wind shear or the upper level wind pattern here is causing, what's happening here is that, we've got wind going this way up here, and then down here inside the storm, we've got it going this way. And this storm isn't strong enough to punch through that ridge, so it's going to kind of lock it in place for a little while. And then once all this heavy rain moves into the Houston area, we are going to see a significant amount of rain here, okay? I'm not saying that everybody in Houston is going to see devastating flash flooding. I'm not saying that everybody in southeastern Texas is going to get washed away, but there are going to be isolated areas that see catastrophic flash flooding possibly as a high risk of excessive rainfall. In excess of 10 to 15 inches is possible for a lot of places between Lake Jackson through League City all the way up through Beaumont as we look at southeastern Texas and extreme southwestern portions of Louisiana. So that's basically it. That's what we're talking about today. We expect landfall to occur sometime later this evening, maybe around 8 p.m. And this stream probably won't last all the way until then. I've got I have to go get my son here soon. But what might happen is especially if this does intensify anymore, and this is looking like it's going to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane or higher, then I will probably do a second stream later this evening. Okay, I'll do a part 2 if we see any more intensification. So this stream has been about 4 hours long. Hopefully, I've answered all of your questions. Hopefully, we've done everything we can here to be as informative as possible with this Tropical Storm Nicholas update. But for the most part, I think that we are mostly done here with this update. I do want to turn my attention back to the chat and answer any questions that anybody has, and that's how we'll end it out here. Okay. Hi, Ryan. I'm the ham operator who gave you a shout out at our Skywarn net during your coverage of a tornado event a few months ago. Okay. That video guy. I remember you, and I really I appreciate the shout out, and I appreciate what you do, and I appreciate your repeater there. It was vitally important through some of those severe weather outbreaks that we had in the spring. So yeah, thank you very much. Any other hurricane coming anytime soon? Yeah. All right. So let's do this. Okay. Before I end the stream here, I'll go through everything very quickly. Once again, what you're looking at here on your screen is Hurricane or Tropical Storm Nicholas, 60-mile-an-hour winds, moving north at 12 miles per hour. It's not expected to become a hurricane before it makes landfall, but that is still a possibility as we go into the future. Big-time rain is expected, and also other impacts as well. Let me show you some of those other impacts. Give me just a second here. I'm gonna open these in new tabs, and I'll show you them each and every one, and then we'll talk about the other hurricanes that are coming down the pipeline in the future, possibly. Open image in new tab. Open. Okay. All right, so here's the latest from the NHC. That's what we're talking about there. 3 to 5 foot storm surge between Matagorda and Lake Jackson possible. That can possibly cause some flooding, some coastal flooding, so make sure you're prepared for that. Tropical storm force winds around 50 or 60 miles an hour with 70 or 75 mile an hour wind gusts are possible there. Additionally, the most important thing and the most dangerous part about this storm is going to be the rainfall, okay? If we take a look at the projected rainfall here from the National Hurricane Center, we are looking at possibly 6 to 10 inches of rain through much of southeastern Texas and southern and southwestern Louisiana. Now, this is not as bad as it can get, okay? It can get worse than this, all right? I'm telling you right now, some places are going to see more than 15 inches of rain, I think, by the time this is all said and done. But that's the official outlook there from the National Hurricane Center. Also, we got some power outages out here. Let's go ahead and refresh this and see if there's any more. We do see a little bit of an increase in power outages down here in the southeastern Texas region. I'm not sure if all this is completely associated with our tropical storm, but we've got probably about 7,000 people without power in Texas right now. And I do expect that to increase, okay, especially down here in southeastern Texas. Whenever this thing makes landfall, the winds aren't going to be insane or anything, but it'll be enough to knock down trees and power lines and cause power outages around the Houston area, around the Galveston area, all the way down into southeastern portions of extreme southeastern Texas as well. So that's what we're looking at for power outages. Now, let's go back to the main page here on the National Hurricane Center. And let's look at the 5-day graphical tropical weather outlook. And buddy, it's actually been a little bit busier than this in some of the other updates, but this is still quite busy. You can see very clearly now that we have not only Nicholas, but 2 other areas of interest to watch. We've got this storm out here near the East Coast that's forming north of the Bahamas that might turn into a tropical depression or something in the next couple of days. Right now, all of the models really they're not very bullish on it. It doesn't seem like any of the models are grasping onto this idea that we're going to have a significant storm out here. But we will look at them anyways. We'll go ahead and show you all of the different views that we can here for this storm. I think the Euro is actually the least bullish. Yeah, you see that? Yeah, me either. I don't see a storm here, and that's telling me that the Euro is not very confident in this area of thunderstorms organizing into anything significant. Definitely is going to bring some rain to the eastern portion of North Carolina and maybe South Carolina as well, but doesn't look like much. The GFS is a little bit stronger with the system, but still nothing crazy. It's nothing to worry about there. Let me pull this all the way forward. That's it. You see it? Got the little low pressure system. It comes up like this and moves this way. Maybe strengthens a little bit once it gets way east of New York. But as of right now, this is a nothing. This is not much. Okay, it can change. Okay, that can definitely change, and that's why I'm watching it. And if you subscribe to the channel right now, you'll see my video first thing tomorrow as we talk more in depth about the possibilities here for what's to come with this storm. Now, let's also check out another storm that we're talking about, okay? The GFS. We're going to go to the Atlantic Basin. We are also watching the potential for another storm to form out here. And this one is the one that I'm a little bit more concerned about, but we are so far away from this actually happening that it's too early to make any sort of predictions. You see we've got this wave coming off of Africa, and it stays down here below the 10 north line for a while and then starts to recurve up. And this is how a lot of our hurricanes happen here in America. They start as tropical waves off the coast of Africa, and you can see it right there. Might be able to see it a little bit better on the 850 millibar heights. Just a little bit. You can see the storm. It tries to get together. It tries to form into something significant. And then for some reason, the GFS tears it apart here and nothing really happens with it. I think that as we go into the future, if we actually have a storm right here on Sunday, September 19th, remember, today's the 13th, so this is still quite a ways out. But if we still have a storm right here at this point, I don't think that it's just going to die, okay? I think it's going to continue to gain strength. But the question then becomes, is it going to curve off out to sea? Is it going to go up towards the East Coast? Is it going to try to go into the Gulf of Mexico? That's what we still don't know. That's what we have to answer. Those are the questions we have to answer for this forecast as we go forward. And once again, right now, I don't know. I don't know. But I promise you guys I'm going to keep you updated here as we go forward. on this channel. Once again, daily video updates. As long as things are happening out there, I'm making videos. So I encourage you to subscribe and turn notifications on so you can stay updated on that. This one has the potential to affect the East Coast of the United States, but I don't want to say with any sort of certainty right now that that's what's going to happen. But yeah, that's pretty much the update there. And yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you, Weather Watch, our newest member to the channel. We've got 506 members, a great community of weather nerds and weather enthusiasts here. If you ever consider becoming a channel member, you get access to members-only live streams, members-only chat during bigger live streams, and then, of course, you get the badges and the emojis and stuff to use in the chat. And it's just it's a nice little community of really interested people, I guess, in the weather here on YouTube. I don't think there's anything else like it out there, honestly, with this amount of passionate people there. So really appreciate everybody that's became a member today. Additionally, everybody who has subscribed. That's a big deal too, okay? 87,394 subscribers right now. I think we could probably hit 87,400. There we go, 95 before the end of the stream. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button, hit it right now. You'll see that live sub count go up with your subscription. But yeah, that's pretty much all the update I have for you today. And once again, if this does actually start to intensify and turn into a hurricane, then I will be back. I will be back with another live stream later this evening as we watch it make landfall, okay? Are there any final questions? Are there any final questions before I head out? Going once, going twice. Oh, by the way, we hit 87,400. Thank you, guys. I want to say also a double extra special thank you to Half-Life and Brandy K, and you know, any of our other moderators who may have been in here today. I've seen a lot from Half-Life and Brandy though. These guys are awesome. They work hard to make sure the chat's clean and a nice place to hang out. Michael S. says, thank you for having this stream this morning. No problem, man. No problem. Oh, yeah, Dixotech. Yeah, there is definitely a threat for tornadoes. Once this thing makes landfall, there's going to be a threat of tornadoes between the Lake Jackson, Houston, and Port Arthur area, especially later this evening into the early morning hours tomorrow. And then that might actually spread over into Louisiana tomorrow into tomorrow night. Terry says, how's the baby, Ryan? He's doing great. He's doing really good. I gotta show you this picture of him before we go. I posted this on Twitter, by the way. One last plug of the Twitter page there if you want to go follow me on Twitter. This is my son. Yeah, yesterday he was eating some blueberry pancakes. And that's actually one of the reasons why I have to leave right now. I have to go pick him up from his grandparents. And then once again, I'll be back. If things start going sideways, I'm coming right back in this room here, and we're gonna keep talking about the weather, man, because that's what I do. Been going now for 4 hours and 15 minutes. That's pretty good for a tropical storm update. I don't know of anybody else that's doing 4 hours and 15 minutes on a tropical storm now. Will this system bring any severe weather to Middle Tennessee? It's very unlikely. You might get some severe weather later on in the week, but it won't have much to do with Tropical Storm Nicholas. What time does the storm land? We're expecting this to make landfall possibly around 8 p.m., but it really doesn't matter because, once again, the tropical storm winds are going to start working into the Ostwell through the Lake Jackson area within the next couple of hours, and then, you know, they'll intensify a little bit, but once Landfall happens, nothing's really going to change there unless this really intensifies. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Steven. Thank you, guys. 87,425 subscribers. There we go. Appreciate you guys. You're not going to regret subscribing. Lots more to come from this channel. Also, big thank you to Amy Davis, who's been in and out of the chat all day. Our all-time top supporter here. If it wasn't for Amy, what I'm doing here wouldn't be possible. Chris Rosser, also today's top supporter. Thank you so much. Everybody say thank you, Chris and Amy. And once again, our latest member here on the channel, Weather Watch. Really appreciate you guys. I believe we've reached nearly 60,000 people with today's stream. And if it wasn't for you guys sharing on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and all that stuff, that vital information that we relayed today probably wouldn't have reached half of those people. So you guys are just as important to this operation as I am. And yeah, once again, just like Brandy said, if you guys are really interested in more of the impacts from this storm, as far as what's going to happen after it moves inland, I have a regular YouTube video on my channel, my most recent one, that talks a little bit more about that. And I'll have another one tomorrow. Whenever I do these live streams, I'm really focused on the now. It's not really, the best format for me to talk about the long-term forecast. But I do it almost every morning, so make sure you subscribe to the channel if you want to see those. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Voltfire. One last chance to hit that like button, hit subscribe, turn on notifications so you don't miss the notification for the new stream later tonight if that's what we do. Start shutting stuff down. Oh yeah, also at Ryan Hall y'all on Twitter. I'll be posting intermittent updates on there too. And then Facebook, Instagram, all that stuff. I'm sure our mods can post the links to those. Goodbye y'all. It's been fun. I'll see you tomorrow or maybe later this evening.